Order, order. I have to announce to the House that Mike Amesbury, the former member for Runcorn and Helsby, has been granted the Chiltern Hundreds. The recall process would have begun once the time limit for all routes of appeal had been reached. It is now no longer relevant. For the convenience of the House, I will, as customary, arrange for the notifications from the courts to be placed in the Votes and Proceedings Office. Order, order, Sir Alan Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that on the 26th day of March 2025, Mr. Speaker to issue his warrant to the Clerk of the Crown to make out a new writ for the electing of a member to serve in this present Parliament for the county constituency of Runcorn and Helsby in the room of Michael Lee Amesbury, who since his election for the said county constituency has been appointed to the office of Steward and Bailiff of His Majesty's 3 Chiltern Hundreds of Stoke, Desborough and Burnham in the county of Buckinghamshire.
The question is that on the 26th day of March, I do issue my warrant to the Clerk of the Crown to make out the new writ for electing of a member to serve in the present Parliament for the county constituency of Runcorn and Helsby, in the room of Michael Lee Amesbury, who, since his election to the said county constituency, has been appointed to the office of Steward or Bailiff of His Majesty's 3 Chiltern Hundreds of Stoke, Desborough and Burnham in the county of Buckingham. As many are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Right, we now come to questions to the Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero, Ewan Steinbank.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I will take questions 1 and 21 together. Our Warm Homes Plan will upgrade up to 5 million homes with technologies such as heat pumps, solar panels and insulation, helping families to lower bills and improve their homes. Last week, we allocated £1.8 billion to local authorities and social housing providers to help low-income households and social housing tenants. We will publish further plans following the spending review.
Mr. Speaker, the Warm Homes Plan delivers a welcome uplift in resources for domestic energy efficiency. Failures from governments, energy companies and local authorities over a number of years have left my constituents paying huge energy costs. Poor connectivity, failure to install smart meters, or those smart meters not working when they are installed, as well as the not fit for purpose electric heating systems in the Braes villages. Does the Minister agree that the Government must do all it can to end fuel poverty, and will he meet with me to discuss how to hold those accountable for ongoing issues in my constituency?
My honourable friend raises a number of important issues there, Mr. Speaker. It's about having a tough regulator in Ofgem, it's about smart meters that work, and it's about every decision the Government takes seeking to tackle fuel poverty. That's why I was incredibly pleased that we announced the extension of the Warm Homes discount to an extra 2.7 million families, an extra £150 next winter to help families. That's what this Labour Government is all about.
Deputy Abrahams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the energy efficiency measures that my right honourable friend mentions. This will really make a difference to many families in the future. But what can the Government and energy providers do to help families struggling to pay their energy bills today?
Well, my honourable friend speaks with great expertise about these issues, and she will know that my honourable friend, the Minister for Consumers, put in place with the energy companies £500 million this winter to help families struggling with their bills. We also want to see Ofgem proceed with this plan on relieving the debts that many families face, because this debt overhang from the cost of living crisis that we saw after Russia's invasion of Ukraine still blights so many families in our country. If we move forward on all of these fronts, we can tackle these issues.
Tim Farron.
I very strongly support all efforts to increase energy efficiency and bring down bills. Is he concerned, though, about the potential unforeseen consequences of raising the minimum level for EPC certificates to C for long-term rented accommodation, but not doing so for short-term lets and for owned properties? Because won't that just create an incentive in communities like ours for people to go to Airbnb or to second home ownership rather than providing affordable homes for local people?
Well, look, the honourable gentleman raises an important issue. I believe I'm right in saying, I was checking with the Minister for Consumers, that as part of the consultation on energy efficiency, we're looking at the issue of short-term lets as well, because this is an issue that has been raised in the past, and I think he does raise an important question. And he's right to draw attention to what we are doing here, because this measure, which the last government proposed and then backed away from, a pattern we're seeing quite a lot at the moment, Mr. Speaker, will take up to 1 million families out of poverty. And it's a basic principle, which is that if you're renting a home, then you pay your rent on time, you have a right to live in decent, warm accommodation.
Louis French.
Question 2, please, Mr. Speaker.
Oh my word. The wheels are up.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I'll answer questions 2 and 7 together. Our clean power mission will end our dependence on volatile fossil fuel markets, giving the British people the energy security they deserve and driving jobs and investment into our communities. We're already seeing the impact of the clean energy transition, with thousands of jobs being created across the country in CCUS, hydrogen and offshore wind, and more nationally significant solar power being approved in 8 months than the previous government managed in 14 years.
Louis French.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The London Power Tunnels project has been a positive story locally in Bexley, as National Grid has worked with the community to minimise disruption with a plan to restore the site. However, the Labour government's planning reforms have now led developers to propose 2 extensive industrial battery storage facilities on a nature conservation area and farmland locally in Bexley, which do not meet fire safety guidance. Whilst we need infrastructure, does the Minister agree that weakening greenbelt protections against residents' wishes and damaging nature in the process to meet Labour's unrealistic grid targets will result in bad developments in inappropriate places?
Well, I'm glad he draws attention to the London Power Tunnels. Both my Right Honourable friend, the Secretary of State, and I have visited recently. They are a fantastic example of engineering and what we can achieve if we set ambitious targets in this area. I would disagree with them gently on the wider point, though, which is that we are going to have to build infrastructure across the country in order to get the benefits of the renewable energy that we're generating. Battery storage is important for that. Of course, communities have a voice through the planning system. It would be wrong for me to comment on individual applications. But we should not, and I think it's important for the honourable gentleman and his colleagues to remember that we cannot simply block every infrastructure project that needs to be built. We need to build for the economic growth of the country and for our energy security.
James Wild.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Once again, the Minister has failed to answer the question about what the estimate of costs is. But we do know the government's dogma-driven 2030 target will drive up costs, and we will see pylons and substations imposed in Walpole, in my constituency, and across the country against the wishes of local people, damaging our countryside and relying on Chinese supply chains that the Energy Secretary was visiting only over the weekend. So when will the government realise that their approach of ruling out underground options and attempting to buy off local communities on the cheap rather than listening to them will only drive opposition to their plans?
Well, I think once again we hear from the party opposite about all these grand plans that they wish they had done in the 14 years that they were in government, when they could have moved forward on undergrounding if they were so keen on it, but of course they did not. And look, the reality of this is that it's not for us to set forward what the design of individual projects would be, it's for individual companies. The reality of undergrounding is that it estimates 5 or 10 times more expensive to do so. And look, the bottom line of all of this is that the leader of his party earlier today was moving away from the commitments that she made on net zero. But just a few years ago, she said this, that Russia's invasion of Ukraine has made it quite clear that relying on authoritarian regimes can make it harder for us to heat our homes. They recognised then the importance of this net zero transmission. Now they're running away from how we deliver on it.
Chair of the Select Committee, Bill Lesterson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The electricity bills in the UK are the highest in Europe compared to gas. Evidence of the Select Committee suggests that the government is absolutely right to reduce their reliance on fossil fuels, and it's a shame that some members opposite have abandoned an evidence-informed approach to policy making. But can the Minister confirm whether the government is considering rebalancing the infrastructure levies on our energy bills as a way of reducing those electricity bills and as in the immediate future and as a down payment towards 2030 and beyond?
Well, the Chair of the Select Committee makes an important point, and along with my honourable friend, the Minister for Consumers, we are looking at all options, because it is important that we bring down bills, that we're building the energy system that protects us from the volatile fossil fuels in the future. And so we will look at all options. There are trade-offs to be made with rebalancing that we need to be aware of, in particular whether a diminishing number of gas customers can pay bills if we were to transfer levies. But we're looking at all options, and of course we're also looking at how we review with Ofgem the wider question around standing charges to make sure we bring down bills. But he's right to say that the journey that we are on, that the party opposite used to be on, that there used to be consensus about, is that our transition to net zero is important for energy security and for the climate, but also for protecting bills in the long term.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister is clearly aware of the foolhardy decision by the opposition to abandon the political consensus on net zero. I'm wondering whether he has made an assessment of the cost to the consumer of pursuing this disastrous path, locking us into our dependence on polluting fossil fuels, volatile oil and gas prices, and the whims of foreign dictators.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right, of course, and it is important for us to recognise that where once there was consensus in this country on how we tackle the climate crisis, but also crucially how we deliver the economic and industrial advantage, that consensus today seems to have splintered by the party opposite. And of course it was only 2 years ago that the leader of that party made, I think, a very important point, and I agree with her very strongly here, when she said, if we get our strategy wrong, we risk being left on the back foot as other countries seize the advantage. Well, the party opposite now wishes us to be in the back foot. We are determined that we will drive forward because it is the best policy for consumers, for our economic growth and for energy security.
Shadow Minister Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's rush to decarbonise the grid means more hidden costs, more curtailment payments, more balancing payments, more subsidy, and a higher carbon price. So can the Minister guarantee for the remainder of this Parliament that our carbon price will remain lower than the European price?
Well, I think the honourable gentleman knows more than anyone, actually, about the previous work that the previous Prime Minister Theresa May did in this area, the work that, of course, his party is now moving away from quite rapidly. They were right then. And look, the truth of this whole question is that the only way for us to bring down bills, deliver economic growth, and yes, absolutely, tackle the economic opportunity of the future is for us to be on this journey together. That is something that the party opposite used to strongly believe in. We will continue in this path because it is the right thing for the country to do.
Timothy.
That was a long-winded answer, Mr. Speaker, but he didn't actually address the question. And I think he just gave away that it is Labour's secret plan to increase the price of carbon. A massive rise in the carbon price, adding hundreds of pounds to family bills and decimating British industry. So given Labour's election promise to cut bills, will he take this moment, he can look up into the camera if he likes, and promise the country that by the next election, bills will be lower as they promised? Yes or no?
Well, I think, never mind long-winded answers, that was a very long-winded question, and I have not revealed any secret plans, but I think the party opposite have revealed their not-so-secret plan today, and I can tell the country it's just as disappointing as the one they rejected 7 months ago. We have been very clear that our commitment is to bring down bills. We are determined to deliver on that. But unlike the party opposite that left consumers right across this country exposed to volatile fossil fuels, where Bills is quite right to point up, bills went up and up and up when his party was in government. We will bring them down. That party wants to take us back to the fossil fuel casino, and we won't do it.
Nick Smith.
Number 3, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 3, 5 and 11 together. This Labour government has ended the historic injustice of the mine workers' pension, and at the end of November last year, the first uprated payments for the pension scheme landed for over 100,000 miners and their families. This is an average increase of 32% on their monthly payments, or an average additional £28 a week.
Nick Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for her answer, but also for her hard work increasing payments to mine workers and their families across the country. After digging for coal for many years, 1,600 miners and their families have received an uplift of nearly £30 a week in my constituency in Blaenau Gwent and Rumney. However, progress is needed still on the staff superannuation scheme. Now, the trustees of this scheme confirmed to me that the average age of pensioner members is 76. So with time marching on, can the Minister please outline the next steps to help members of the staff scheme?
Can I thank him for his remarks and for his question? Of course, he's right to talk about the BCSS scheme. The initial focus of our work was for the mine workers pension scheme. That was in our manifesto, and it was a commitment we had to work at pace on, and we are working with the Government Actuarial Department on how the surplus sharing arrangements are going to work going forward, which is a big piece of work that is underway. But of course, he's right to point to the tens of thousands of people who are on the BCSS scheme. And I too have met with the trustees, and we are working as fast as we can to work through the issues associated with that scheme. The two schemes are different, they operate in different ways. Government is guarantor for both schemes, but I will be reconvening trustees to continue discussions with them to take this forward.
Okay, Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the last general election, I made a promise to ex-miners in my constituency that a Labour government would deliver justice on the MPS Investment Reserve Fund and return it to its members. And I'm so delighted at the end of last year that this government has delivered, providing over a 32% boost to their pensions. There are, however, in my constituency over 600 BCSS members who are still really concerned about this issue. I welcome the Minister's answer on that. Can she reassure them and me that the trustees will continue to update the members of that scheme? Because at the moment they are, there is a degree of uncertainty as to what progress can be made over the coming months.
Can I thank him for his question and his concern for his constituents who are on the BCSS scheme. Look, I am very receptive to calls from the BCSS trustees. I wrote to the Chief Secretary to the Treasury at the end of last year to begin discussions, and we have received a positive response from the Chief Secretary, and we are now taking the next steps to move this process forward.
Len Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're only partly there in the pension justice for miners. The British Coal Staff Superannuation Scheme has around 40,000 members who formerly worked in mining industries, including a number of my constituents. This included many women who were amongst the lowest paid in the coal industry. My own mum worked in the pit canteen. Can I assure my constituents enrolled in the British Coal Staff Superannuation Scheme that transferring the £2.3 billion investment reserves to its members is a priority for this government?
Can I thank her for the question? She's right to point out that there's about 40,000 people on this scheme, and about 5,000 of them are women, unlike the Mine Workers Pension Scheme, which is the vast majority men. The two schemes are different and they operate in a different way, because in 2015 the BCSS scheme had run two deficits, and it was at risk, and there had to be an intervention from government. So the two schemes operate differently, they have to be looked at differently. The government actuarial team are currently working their way through the mine workers pension process. We are now working with officials. I'm meeting with officials later today to talk about this more, to see what we need to do. I have to stress it's very complex. We're talking about billions of pounds worth of assets, but we are absolutely receptive to calls from the trustees, and I will be meeting with them again soon.
Dan Tomlinson.
Question number 4, Mr. Speaker.
Sarah Stay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're driving forward at speed to deliver clean power by 2030. Last week, the government introduced the Planning and Infrastructure Bill, which will enable the biggest expansion of the grid for generations, sweeping away the connection delays to the queue that held us back for too long under the last government, and reforming the planning system to speed up delivery. We've also laid out for the first time legislation to provide households near new or upgraded pylons £250 a year off their energy bills for 10 years as part of our commitment to deliver meaningful benefits for communities hosting clean energy infrastructure.
Dan Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that community energy has a vital role to play in the transition to cleaner and greener power? And would he accept an invitation to come to my constituency in North London to visit Community Energy Barnet, who are working on one of the largest community energy projects in the country?
I always like visiting North London, Mr. Speaker, and I would very much like to accept an invitation from my honourable friend. He makes a really serious and important point about community energy. If you look at Germany and Denmark, they have done much better on community energy than us. That's a really important role for Great British Energy, and we'll be saying more about this in the coming weeks.
Sullivan Dalden.
Does the Secretary of State share my concern about reports of persistent misconduct from Drax regarding cutting down old growth forest and burning it at that power station? To be clear, this is a company that chops down pristine forests, ships it halfway across the world to burn in the United Kingdom and claims it's sustainable. Will the Minister look again at the large amounts of subsidies that have been approved by this current government to that company?
I don't know whether the right honourable gentleman, who I have great respect for, was at my honourable friend's statement on precisely this question. He will be delighted to know that under the new arrangements that this government agreed, there's been an absolute transformation when it comes to the scale of subsidy to Drax. It's halved in terms of the impact on bills, with a windfall tax. I'm sure he's in favour of a windfall tax when their profits go above a certain level, and much, much higher standards of sustainability. We should take these issues seriously. He's right about that.
Whereas, Mr. Speaker, they abandoned the economy, the NHS, the justice system and immigration. Now the Conservative Party is joining the dunce corner inhabited by their reform collaborators and other climate change deniers. Does the Minister agree with me that, unlike this government, which recognises the 2030 triple benefit of energy security, transition to renewables and job creation, the Conservative Party has no solutions to 21st century Britain?
I mean, my honourable friend shouldn't be so shy and retiring, in my view, Mr. Speaker. I think my honourable friend makes a really important point. I listened to the interim Shadow Secretary of State on the radio this morning, and he made net zero 2050 sound like a target dreamed up by me. It wasn't dreamed up by me. It was Theresa May, the former Conservative Prime Minister, when he was the PPS who legislated, when he was the PPS, he was supposed to be the man implementing it, legislated for net zero by 2050. Why? It's the right thing to do, so we can have clean homegrown energy, so we can get the jobs, and so we can protect future generations.
Seamus Logan.
Mr. Speaker, the plans for a green generator at the Peterhead power station in my constituency are shovel-ready, but they depend on approval for the Acorn project at St Fergus. In November the 12th last year, the Minister stated in response to a question from me that the Track 2 projects, that would be more information available in coming months. So given that 4 months have now passed, can the Minister provide an updated timescale on the outlining what these next steps are?
Yes, look, I support the Acorn project. It is a really, really important project. The right place to make decisions for this, is for the reasons he will understand, will be at the spending review in June.
Sarah Edwards.
Question number 6, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know that people are worried about their energy bills and that too many are struggling to afford them. That's why we agreed £500 million of industry support alongside our Warm Homes discount to ensure that £1 billion of support was available for households that are struggling with their energy bills this winter. We will continue to take action to support consumers in the short term as we sprint towards clean power in order to bear down on energy bills for good.
Sarah Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency, a local hospitality business's energy provider, E.ON, has behaved appallingly, back-billing and incorrectly billing, leaving them nearly bankrupt. Whilst I welcome the new expanded remit of the Energy Ombudsman, we need to ensure that they have the capacity and the powers to protect businesses. Would the Minister meet with me to discuss this case, and can they outline what the government is doing to ensure that our local businesses are not driven to bankruptcy by outrageous behaviour of energy suppliers?
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to meet with my honourable friend to discuss this case. But let me be very clear about this. There are clear rules in place to protect consumers from unfair back billing, and energy companies must comply with these rules. I've met with Energy UK, the industry body, and Ofgem in order to reinforce our expectation that if rules are not complied with, Ofgem will take enforcement action. But look, there is a broader point, Mr. Speaker, which is that we have to ensure that the energy market is working for consumers and is fair. And that's why we're reviewing Ofgem to ensure that it has the mandate, the duties, the powers, including the Energy Ombudsman, in order to be an effective and strong consumer champion.
George Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the record, I and my constituents are proud of the Southern North Sea development as the largest wind farm in the world under the last government. But what we are not happy about is this government's rush to force our consumers to pay higher bills, see a very, very important agricultural area of Norfolk turned at vast subsidy into farmers farming solar panels rather than the food and the security, the affordability we need, abandoning agricultural leadership in net zero. Can she reassure my consumers that £250 is an adequate compensation for higher bills and the defoliation of a large part of Norfolk in her rush for ill-thought-out net zero targets set in London without any consideration of local people?
Mr. Speaker, the last few years have shown us why we must absolutely break our reliance on global fossil fuel markets. Under that government's watch, energy prices spiralled, and it's consumers across the countries that were paying the price. Now, that is a reality that side of the party is happy with and was happy to contend with. It is not a reality that we think is tenable. So we will sprint to clean power, because that is the route by which we determine and achieve energy security for the country and financial security for family finances. We are on the right side of history. We are on the side of consumers. They are deluded.
Chris Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Blackpool, we have over 250 charities doing incredible work supporting people with mental health, getting back to work, but also cost of living. But too many tell me week in, week out, they can't afford to pay the bills. Can I ask the Minister what conversations she's had with the energy companies about supporting these charities, and will she agree with me, to meet with me to discuss this important issue?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. Charities and third sector organisations play an absolutely vital role in getting support to households that we know are struggling with bills. Part of the reason why we thought it was so important to agree that £500 million of industry support is to make sure that we were getting additional support to households. We are also consulting on extending our warm homes discount to 2.7 million households so that over 6 million people will be getting help. And we will work with the energy sector to make sure that we are using the vital network of charities in order to get that support to the households that need it.
Richard Tash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The price of gas is some 20% lower than it was at the beginning of this year, and yet the Secretary of State promised the bills would come down. So can the Secretary of State confirm when will the bills come down for consumers compared to the fact they're going up by 6% on the 1st of April?
Mr. Speaker, I would encourage the honourable gentleman to check his facts. The price cap went up, which was disappointing for families, and the reason it went up was because of the spike in wholesale prices. It is because of our reliance on global fossil fuel prices. I will say it incredibly slowly for him so he can understand. It is because of our reliance on global fossil fuel markets. That is why we must break that reliance. We have to wean ourselves off this roller coaster of price spikes and price falls that is harming consumers across the country. The sprint to clean power will achieve that. It's a shame that he cannot see that.
The Minister, John Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Consumers are concerned about the rising energy cap. What will the Secretary of State do to further strengthen existing energy schemes and initiate new schemes? And will this include delivering the £300 reduction in energy bills that the party opposite promised for the general election?
Mr. Speaker, we know that households are struggling with bills. We know that households are worried with bills. That's why we are doing everything that we can to bear down on bills. We are doing it not just because it's a manifesto commitment, but absolutely because it matters to households across the country. And whilst we make that sprint to clean power, which we are very clear is the route in which we bear down on bills, we will do the job of supporting households. So whether that is the agreement we agreed with energy suppliers, 500 million, whether that's the extension of the warm homes discount to over 6 6 million households, whether it's the debt support that we're providing for consumers that gained energy debt, we are taking short-term action. But let me be clear, the way we get ourselves out of this bind is to deliver clean power for consumers across the country.
I'll pick that up.
Question number 8, Mr. Speaker.
Start.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for her continued interest in this very important question. Despite significant challenges, COP29 agreed a new climate finance goal and finalised guidance on international carbon markets. We would have liked to have seen more progress in certain areas like mitigation outcomes, and we're now looking forward to playing a very important role in the run-up to COP30 in Berlin to ensure more progress is made.
Mr. Speaker, tackling climate change should matter to all of us because it affects all of us. The UK has led the way in setting strong climate targets at COP29. So how is the Minister ensuring measures are in place to track progress against our COP commitments? And how is she working with businesses, local authorities and industry to deliver on those targets and drive investment? Thank you.
My honourable friend is right. We earn the credibility to show international leadership by delivering at home. We will publish a cross-economy plan on how we will meet our climate targets in due course, including outlining the policies needed to meet our 2035 NDC. We're engaging with a range of stakeholders on delivery, including through the Net Zero Council, which has a very busy work programme, and through the local Net Zero Delivery Group.
James Shaw.
Speaker, and thank the Minister for that answer. Can I ask the Minister this? What assessment has the Minister made of the COP29 commitment to triple finance to developing countries from the previous goal of $100 billion to the $300 billion annually by 2035? And can I ask, what is the UK's contribution to this money?
Good question.
Always a pleasure to answer questions from the honourable member. We do remain committed to international climate finance and to the new climate finance goal agreed at COP29, and the level of the UK's contribution will be considered as part of the spending review. We'll also be looking at how we can maximise investment from the private sector.
Matthew Patrick.
Question number 9, please, Mr. Speaker.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer 9 and 19 together. The £21.7 billion of funding we committed to in October will kickstart the CCUS industry, supporting thousands of jobs in our industrial heartlands through the East Coast and High Net clusters. We continue to engage with important future projects such as Acorn in Scotland and Viking in the Humber, and will make further announcements following the spending review.
Matthew Patrick.
I thank my friend for his answer. He will recognise that Merseyside is a clean energy pioneer, a hub of carbon capture and hydrogen technology. The climate emergency is the challenge of our generation, and it will only be met through the collective endeavour of communities across our country, including mine in Wirral West. Can he set out how the government is supporting our communities to deliver good local energy projects?
Well, my honourable friend is entirely right about this, and I think what we've learnt over the last decade and more is that this is the biggest jobs opportunity of the 21st century. And nowhere is it more true than in the investments we're making in CCUS, and I am confident that members of his constituency will benefit. And the context of this, Mr. Speaker, is this, which is the CBI came out with a very important report a couple of weeks ago, and it showed that the net zero economy grew 3 times faster than the economy as a whole last year. And the whole House should let that sink in, because what that tells you is that if you turn your back on the net zero economy, you turn your back on business, you turn your back on jobs, and you turn your back on investment.
Richard Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree there is huge potential for carbon capture and storage to play a key role in our green energy ambitions for Scotland? And as we look towards the spending review, does he agree the Acorn project presents an excellent and efficient opportunity to invest in CCUS and to reduce the carbon impacts of industries across Scotland, as it will repurpose existing pipelines?
Well, look, I congratulate my honourable friend, who is a fantastic advocate for this project, and we are hugely supportive of the Acorn project. Track 1 projects were agreed in the budget last year at a fiscal event, a fiscal moment, and the work we are currently doing in government is to look at these projects for the next phase, if you like, of the spending review, which will come in June. But I don't think anyone is in any doubt about the potential value of the Acorn project, not just to Scotland, but the whole of the United Kingdom.
Sir Roger Gale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, nobody who cares about the future of our children and our grandchildren would gainsay the importance of carbon capture. Does the Secretary of State not understand that he's undermining that good work by, notwithstanding his answer to my right honourable friend, continuing to subsidise the Drax power station, which is cutting down forests in Canada, turning the wood into pellets, shipping it thousands of miles across the Atlantic to burn here? It makes a nonsense of what he's trying to achieve.
I don't agree with the honourable gentleman, for whom I have great respect. The thing I would say to him is this, that the situation we inherited from the last government meant that we had to look at issues of security of supply and issues of how we got the best deal for bill payers. And that's what we did, and that's why we made the statement we did on Drax. For the longer term, he is absolutely right that we need to move away from unabated biomass, and we need to look at all of the possibilities that we can have to ensure that we move towards net zero, and that is what this government is doing.
Yes, Bromfuller.
Mr. Speaker, will the Secretary of State join me in congratulating the 6 students from Bourne Community College that came to Westminster yesterday to present their report on the future of hydrogen storage as a net zero approach to aviation? And does he agree with me that students engaging with STEM are actually really excited by the potential of clean power and carbon capture, and properly funding STEM in our schools will provide us with the next generation of scientists and engineers to help us achieve these goals?
I warmly join the honourable lady in congratulating the 6 students that she mentioned from her constituency, and I'm sure that I speak for all members of the House that when we meet young people who are engaged in the potential of clean energy technologies to transform our country and our world, it is just an incredibly important reminder both about the potential this has in terms of jobs, but also our duties to those future generations.
Democrat spokesperson Edward Brother.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The IPPC has made clear that by 2050 we need to be removing 10 billion tonnes of carbon from the atmosphere every year if we're to stand a chance of keeping below the 1.5 degree target. It's clear that carbon removal and not just carbon capture and storage will play a critical role if we want to avoid a climate disaster. In the face of the party to my right once again embracing climate denialism, what steps will the government be taking to support the research, development and deployment of carbon removal technologies, ensuring that British companies become leaders in this emerging sector?
Well, I can thank you. I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. I can tell him that my honourable friend, the Minister for Industry, did a round table with a whole range of industry voices on this precise topic last week. He is right about this, and you know there is scepticism about CCS in some parts of academia and others. All of the evidence I've seen is from the Climate Change Committee, the IPCC and others, the IEA, is that CCS technology has a crucial role to play in something like 20% of emissions. But he's also right that carbon removal, if you like, is the sort of next stage of that journey, and that is something my department is heavily engaged in.
Andrew Snowden.
Question number 10, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I'll answer questions 10, 13 and 17 together. Nuclear power is at the heart of our mission to make Britain a clean energy superpower, not just providing energy security, but driving billions in investment and creating thousands of highly skilled jobs. Great British Nuclear is on track to make final decisions in its small modular reactor competition this spring, while a final investment decision on Sizewell C will be made in the spending review.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Whether one agrees with the government's net zero targets or not, it will not be able to achieve it without the significant role that nuclear energy will play in that, which is why I was delighted that the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State chose to launch their nuclear strategy in my constituency. I can only assume my invite was lost in the post. But a key part of that is the nuclear fuel strategy in the nuclear fuel industry in this country. Because as we've seen from aggressive actions from Russia and other countries that have pushed Western commercial providers out or have dominated elements of the nuclear fuel enrichment and manufacturing market, it is ever more important for our national security that we develop that whole life cycle nuclear fuel production. So as part of the strategy, when will the government be announcing the concrete steps they will be taking to improve the whole life cycle of manufacturing of nuclear power?
The honourable gentleman makes a good point, and of course the Prime Minister, the Secretary of State, and indeed the Minister for Nuclear in the other place has visited and seen the good work that is happening in his constituency. And of course I think just shy of £20 million has gone in to that work from government grants to help develop those nuclear fuels, and of course it will be part of the future. And when we are looking at whether it's the big nuclear development, Sizewell, Hinkley, whether it's the SMRs, whether it's the AMRs, all of these things need to be in the mix, and he's absolutely right to make the point.
Smith.
Many of my constituents were pleased to see the extension of Hisham 1 and 2 late last year, and they'd like to see those long-term jobs for the future in the nuclear industry created in the North West. Does the Minister agree with me that it's thanks to this Labour government that we are ending the legacy of no new nuclear being built that we saw under the last government?
Yeah. I completely agree with my honourable friend. The party opposite built no new nuclear in 14 years. Small modular reactors will bring energy efficiency and economic growth to many parts of this country, and under the current law, each new reactor design is classed as... I agree with my honourable friend. We are working at pace, and we will make sure that we have the answer on the SMRs shortly. We will have the answer on Sizewell in the spending review, and of course the future has to have a big part of nuclear in it.
Peter Prinsley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, small modular reactors, as the Minister says, will play an important part in delivering clean, cheap and secure energy across this country. However, current rules require that any reactor has to apply for regulatory justification, as if nuclear power was an entirely new practice instead of an existing one. So this delays reactors getting online, lowering energy bills for people across the country, including Bury St Edmunds and Stowmarket, by up to 2 years. So, will the Secretary of State consider working with her Cabinet colleagues to simplify the system, recognising nuclear energy technology is an existing practice, and therefore accelerating the deployment of small modular reactors?
Another adjournment.
I will happily investigate this issue further that my honourable friend has raised. Of course, there's two pieces of work going on in this space. There's the draft nuclear planning policy statement, and there's the nuclear regulatory task force. But of course, we want to make things as easy and as we can, and I'm very happy to talk to him further.
Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And small modular nuclear reactors are clearly the way forward in terms of decarbonising the grid. However, constant delays have actually held this up. So when does the Minister expect to be able to announce the first one being brought into operation, and when does she expect it actually to start work?
Well, I'm hoping we'll take less than the 14 years that the previous government failed to deliver anything. We will see the announcements on the first SMR in the spring, of course, if anyone wants to build new nuclear in the country, our door is open to whatever they want to come and suggest.
Secretary of State Andrew Buck.
Much, Mr. Speaker. On the 6th of February, the Prime Minister announced he was going to take on the blockers and build new small modular reactors. Do those blockers include those in their own government? Essential work being delayed and paused at Sellafield, possible job losses at the Nuclear Decommissioning Authority, still no certainty for Sizewell C due to a general fear in the industry that the spending review will stymie the ambitions of Great British Nuclear. Isn't it quite clear the biggest blockers to new nuclear in the UK are the Labour Treasury?
I'm not sure how many times the honourable member promised that he would get to FID on Sizewell under the last government. I think at least 5 times him and his colleagues in the House, and of course that didn't happen. And I just repeat gently that the previous government managed no new nuclear in 14 years, and the Shadow Minister himself admitted that the government had moved too slowly in getting nuclear projects off the ground. We are working at pace. We will deliver the answer to the competition in the spring. Sizewell C is also moving at pace, and we will have final answers in the spending review.
We're going to run on a bit because we're really behind. We've hardly got any questions in. Annalise Midgley.
Question number 12, please, Mr. Speaker.
Mr Speaker, for this government, good paying conditions for workers and the role of trade unions must be at the heart of the renewable energy sector, but this is the only route to a fair transition. Since we came to office, EDF Renewables has announced recognition agreements with 4 major trade unions. We applaud them for their decision and want others to follow suit. Through the Office for Clean Energy Jobs, we are also working with industry and trade unions to support fair pay, terms and conditions in the sector.
And Liz Kendall.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd like to thank my right honourable friend for his answer. The Employment Rights Bill is an historic step forward for workers, but these rights must go hand in hand with good jobs. So can I ask, what action is he taking to strengthen the UK's manufacturing capacity and supply chains to ensure that communities like mine in Knowsley benefit from the transition to net zero?
Well, my honourable friend is a brilliant advocate for her constituency and on this issue of manufacturing jobs. And if you look at what this government is doing, Mr Speaker, from GB Energy to the National Wealth Fund to the Clean Industries Bonus, this is a government determined to make sure that we manufacture in Britain, we care about where things are made, and we are going to make those good manufacturing jobs happen.
Father of the House, Sir Edward Lee.
Number 14, sir.
They start.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Meeting our clean power mission will require a significant increase in the deployment of both ground mount and rooftop solar projects. As well as consenting record amounts of ground-mounted solar, we want to see a much greater deployment of rooftop solar power, and we'll soon publish the solar roadmap, work which was started under the previous government to bring together our next steps in this area.
The government says that only 1% of agricultural land is going to be taken by solar farms, but in the pipeline around Gainsborough there are already 10,000 acres going to be put onto solar farms, another 4,000 a couple of weeks ago. Up to 15% of my constituency, the most arable, the most fertile in the country. So I just make one request to the Secretary of State. I think it's quite reasonable. When he considers these applications, we look at them in the round, not just take one individual one, but look at their cumulative effect on food production and on the local environment. Quite a reasonable request.
Well, I would just say on the question of even under the most ambitious scenarios, less than 1% of agricultural land would be occupied by solar farms. He makes a point around how these are holistically planned, and I think this is why it's so important we've taken forward strategic spatial energy planning so that we can have that coherent view of the entire energy system. It's work we should have done many, many years ago. We're now moving at pace to do that. But individual planning applications are obviously...
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Now that the party opposite oppose large-scale solar, net zero, onshore wind, I'm tempted to ask the Minister what he makes of the party opposite's new energy policy, which is to take us back to the past, rub two sticks together and hope for the best. Could I ask the Minister instead to update the House on the progress of GB Energy in delivering our clean energy mission?
Well, I think we've rehearsed the arguments about the absolute failure of the previous government for the past 14 years, and they've just gone further back on it today. But on the question of GB Energy, I was delighted to be in Aberdeen yesterday to join the board of Great British Energy for their first board meeting. The bill will soon, we hope, complete its passage through Parliament, and then it can get on with delivering for the British people.
We come to topicals. Steph Ackerman.
Thanks, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, Britain is 1% of global climate emissions. China is the world's largest emitter. Yet no UK Energy Secretary has visited in 8 years to make the case for why China needs to do more. That's why I've been in Beijing making the case for climate action, because engagement, not negligence, is what fighting for Britain looks like. On climate, as on so much else, this government believes that Britain can only protect our national interest by engaging on the international stage.
Steph Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Bacton Energy Hub in my constituency is undergoing a green transition, which I support because I believe in protecting our natural environment and boosting our economy through net zero, two things the Conservatives seem to have abandoned. Green hydrogen at Bacton needs wind power to be brought in from the coast. Will the Secretary of State help make this happen, and will he visit Bacton with me in person to see the potential for himself?
Well, this, among many others, is a very, very important potential project, and I think the honourable gentleman is right to make the case for it. Green hydrogen is absolutely part of our energy mix in the future.
Rinder Singh Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I welcome the government's commitment to nuclear energy. I recently met with representatives of Nucleo, a company developing small modular reactors using lead-cooled fast reactor technology, using depleted uranium and plutonium, materials that we have an abundance of as current waste materials from our existing nuclear programme. Can the Secretary of State detail what he's doing to ensure that the industrial strategy takes account of all aspects of the nuclear jigsaw, including the wide variety of technologies on offer?
Clean energy is one of the 8 growth sectors in the industrial strategy and will provide a core part of that strategy. And if anybody wants to build new nuclear in this country, our door is always open.
Andrew Bowish,
Mr. Speaker, last month with surprising little fanfare from the Department or the Secretary of State, the Climate Change Committee published Carbon Budget 7, and among the more eye-watering recommendations was the figure put on the cost of meeting the obligations. Mr. Speaker, it was £319 billion over the next 15 years. Front-loading, there will be a net cost to industry every year until 2050. Can I ask the Secretary of State, is this exorbitant cost the reason he cancelled his department's review into the whole system's cost of net zero commissioned by his predecessor?
Mr. Speaker, I deeply regret the direction in which the honourable gentleman is going. I think the Climate Change Committee does incredibly important work. We will look at CB7, but the biggest cost we face as a country is we do not act on the climate crisis. That is what would leave hundreds of billions of pounds of cost to future generations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he might be content with signing our energy sovereignty over to the People's Republic of China. He might be happy with his government's arbitrary targets and bans pushing bills up, leaving us more reliant on imports and costing jobs. But we think it's time for a new approach. As the Leader of the Opposition said this morning, one focused on security and cost to the consumer and not on pie-in-the-sky targets with no plan to reach them. So will he recommission the review into the whole system's cost? And if not, what is he trying to hide?
Mr. Speaker, it is the Tory party that has an energy surrender policy, surrendering us to fossil fuel markets controlled by petrostates and dictators. They keep us locked into fossil fuels. They would threaten billions of pounds of investment in net zero, and they would leave our children and grandchildren a terrible legacy. That is the Conservative Party in 2025. Anti-jobs, anti-growth, anti-business, anti-future generations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the plans brought forward last week to provide money off for people living near new energy infrastructure? Does the Minister agree with me that this is yet another thing that the party opposite promised but never had the ability to deliver?
Well, my honourable friend's absolutely right to say that we've moved forward on delivering that if people host important infrastructure in their constituencies, they should benefit from it. The party opposite consulted on this, like so many things they talked about and talked about and talked about, but failed to deliver in 14 years. We're moving on with delivering it.
Democrat spokesperson Edwin Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In their recent advice for the 7th carbon budget, the Climate Change Committee highlighted the urgency of ensuring cheaper electricity so households can transition away from gas heating. When will the government act to improve energy security and reduce costs for households who are seeking to adopt low-carbon heating by reforming policy costs on energy bills?
Mr. Speaker, as we discussed earlier in the session, I think the CCC raises an important issue that we need to look at. And the key question about this so-called rebalancing is it has to be looked at in the context of understanding the principled case, but also ensuring that if we go down that route or another route, we do so in a way that is fair. And that is the work that my department is engaged on.
Alan Strickland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've met a number of families recently who are members of the British Coal Staff Superannuation Scheme, and I know they will welcome the comments from the Minister earlier. But as has been said, many of those residents are in their 70s and 80s. They are keen for answers. So could the Minister expand on her earlier comments to say more about what the next steps are and when my constituents might get a sense of the timeline and progress going forward?
Can I thank him for his concern for his constituents? I'm very receptive, as I said, to calls from BCSSS trustees. I wrote to the Chancellor. The Chancellor sent back a positive response, and we are now taking the next steps in this process, and I will be reconvening trustees to meet and talk about it again.
Joshua Reynolds.
Mr. Speaker, Martin, a disabled resident, lives in his park home in Maidenhead. His boiler broke down 2 months ago and has faced significant challenges. Unable to apply for the boiler upgrade scheme, as park homes do not get EPCs, and the National Energy Foundation having visited 3 weeks ago but still not providing him a response. Could the Secretary of State outline what support he can give Martin and other elderly residents without heat or hot water?
Thank you to the honourable member for that question. Look, we are very aware of the issues with park homes. There is support that is provided to park homes through industry support. As we think about how we expand the warm homes discount and the support that we provide for households that can't afford their energy, we will of course have park homes in our mind.
Chris Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister agree with me that crucial to achieving our world-leading net zero goals will be community ownership projects? And will the Minister come to Edinburgh to see some of the fantastic community power projects that we have there?
Yes, it sounds really good, and community energy is a crucial part of our energy future.
The Secretary of State and their neighbours, could he take a short car journey to Gainsborough to visit the new fusion site at West Burton? This is probably the most exciting development in green energy we've ever had in this country, creating unlimited jobs, unlimited green energy. Will he join me in Gainsborough?
Well, the honourable gentleman and I don't necessarily agree on everything, but on this we agree. The transformation of the West Burton site from a fossil fuel-fired power station to fusion is an incredibly exciting project, and we should all be battering for it.
Chris Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister may be aware that SSE is supporting over 1,000 new homes in rural Scotland to aid energy infrastructure development. Does he agree with me that the SNP Scottish Government's failure to get a grip on a rural housing crisis is a major barrier to infrastructure development? And will he urge SSE to expand their scheme into my constituency, where they have key projects around the communities of Cullen, Lochernhead, Tyndrum and Creanlarich?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for the question, and he underlines just how important it is, not just for delivering on energy projects, but the wider economic benefits that come from building infrastructure, the kind of infrastructure that the party opposite now opposes. But he's right to say that in order to deliver these projects, we also need to see investment in rural communities by the Scottish Government, and we'll continue to press them on those issues.
Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kent County Council plans to introduce 10,000 on-street car chargers over the next decade. For context, Kent has a population of 1.6 million people. At this rate, Kent will have burnt down by the time we all have electric on-street car charging. What can the Secretary of State do to speed this up?
Well, can I say the honourable gentleman is raising a really, really important issue. Rolling out this electric car infrastructure is incredibly important. If he writes to my department, we'll ensure he gets the best possible reply.
Chris Hinchcliffe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will ministers consider exercising the community electricity right within the 2015 Infrastructure Act to require commercial renewable energy developers to offer communities the opportunity to part-own schemes developed in their area?
So he raises a really important issue, Mr. Speaker. As a sort of energy nerd, I'm really interested in this 2015 power, which I didn't actually know about, despite my nerdery. And we are actively looking at this really, really important power put in place by the last government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to a written question to me last week, the Minister confirmed that no nationally significant infrastructure projects have been consented which will use greater than 50% best and most versatile agricultural land. In my constituency, the East Park Energy Solar Farm is close to 75%, but under the overarching National Policy Statement for Energy, 5.11.34 states that the Secretary of State should ensure that applicants do not site their scheme on the best and most versatile land without justification. So can the Minister confirm to me whether the nearly 1,500 acres of best and most versatile land is too much good quality agricultural land to sacrifice?
Well, the honourable gentleman will know that on any nationally significant project, it goes through a proper planning process, and it wouldn't be right for me to comment on that, but I'm sure that the decision makers will be looking closely at the issues he raised.
Brian Leishman.
Mr. Speaker, there is to be a much reduced testing process of oil at the import terminal at Grangemouth, and if this imported oil doesn't pass these reduced tests, it can't be used, leading to Scotland suffering a fuel shortage. Is the Secretary of State concerned at this?
Throughout, of course, the 7 months that we've been in government, we've been doing everything we can to work with the operators of the Grangemouth refinery. Of course, we were disappointed by the closure of that. We've carried out, of course, a number of pieces of work around fuel security. We're not concerned about fuel security at this point, but of course, across the whole country, it's something we keep constantly under review.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the Leader of the Opposition thinks achieving net zero is impossible without, quote, bankrupting us, for communities like Severn Beach in my constituency, investment in low-carbon energy could create valuable skilled jobs. What steps will the Government take to ensure that the area around the River Severn gets the investment it needs to realise its potential?
The honourable lady is absolutely right. The opposition is off to the wacky races, frankly. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to net zero, we on this side know, and this government knows the truth, that net zero is the economic opportunity of the 21st century, and under this government, we will seize it.
CCUS is a central plank of the Humber 2030 vision. Has the Secretary of State got any plans to meet with the Humber Energy Board, and if not, would he join me in doing so?
I talk on every day to the Honourable Lady about her constituency, and I'm very happy to meet with whoever she wants me to, because we think this is incredibly important. The opportunities for her area and the Humber are great if we can harness the talents of the people she's got in her constituency.
Adrian Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Requiring developers to include solar panels in all new homes and buildings would be extremely popular with the public and help deliver net zero targets. Could the Secretary of State give an update on his discussions with the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government on including mandatory solar as part of the Future Homes Standard?
The honourable gentleman raises an important point, and this is something that we are actively working on in government. Whatever your view on ground-mounted solar, and we on this side think ground-mounted solar has a role, we do need solar panels on rooftops. It is a really important opportunity. While we're about it, maybe the honourable gentleman can start supporting our plans on planning and infrastructure so we can build the clean energy infrastructure we need.
Jonathan Brash.
Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State will be aware of the ongoing work to deliver new nuclear investment in Hartlepool. Billions of pounds are on the table and jobs and skills for generations to come. Will he meet with me to discuss how we can get this deal over the line?
New nuclear is an essential part of our future energy plans, Mr. Speaker, and myself and my ministers are absolutely delighted to meet with the honourable gentleman to discuss those plans.
Stephen Flynn.
Speaker, I welcome the warm words earlier from the Secretary of State in relation to the ACOM project. How confident is he that the Chancellor is listening?
Across government, including the Chancellor and the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, and I speak as an old lag in these things, we have never had a Prime Minister and a Chancellor so enthusiastic and committed to the net zero agenda and what it can do economically for our country. And so the honourable gentleman should definitely take heart from that.
Right, final question, Luke Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Teesside is seeing thousands of jobs coming on stream in carbon capture and storage, but it seems the new energy policy from the Conservatives would put those jobs at risk. Will the Secretary of State recommit his commitment to this industry, and will he work to establish a Europe-wide CO2 market to bring in investment and jobs to our region?
My honourable friend puts it so well, Mr. Speaker. This is the economic opportunity of our time. Our investment in carbon capture and storage shows what is possible. The desperate request for attention by the opposition that we have seen today is anti-business, anti-jobs, anti-growth, anti-investment, and the wrong choice for Britain.
We'll now let the front benches change over. We continue proceedings. I'd like to pay tribute to John Parry Hemingway, the last surviving Battle of Britain pilot, who died yesterday at the age of 105. Mr. Hemingway was a teenager when he joined the RAF during the Second World War. At the age of 21, when he was a fighter pilot in the Battle of Britain. A 3-month air campaign in 1940 to protect the southern part of England and British shipping from large-scale assault by the Luftwaffe. There is no doubt that the courage and overwhelming sense of duty by the RAF pilots like Mr. Hemingway helped end the Second World War and allowed us the freedoms we enjoy today. Order, order. We now must come to the statement. Secretary of State for Works and Pensions, Liz Kendall.
Mr. Speaker, this government is ambitious for our people and our country. And we believe that unleashing the talents of the British people is the key to our future success. But the social security system we inherited from the Conservatives is failing the very people it is supposed to help and holding our country back. The facts speak for themselves. 1 in 10 people of working age now claiming a sickness or disability benefit. Almost 1 million young people not in education, employment or training. That's 1 in 8 of all our young people. 2.8 million out of work due to long-term sickness, and the number of people claiming personal independence payments set to double this decade from 2 to 4.3 million, with the growth in claims rising faster among young people and mental health conditions, and with claims up to 4 times higher in parts of the Midlands, Wales and the North, where economic demand is weakest. Places that were decimated in the 80s and 90s, written off for years by successive Tory governments and never given the chances they deserve. And the consequences of this failure are there for all to see. Millions of people who could work, trapped on benefits, denied the income, hope, dignity and self-respect that we know good work brings. And taxpayers paying millions more on the costs of failure, with spending on working age sickness and disability benefits up 20 billion since the pandemic, set to rise by a further 18 billion by the end of this Parliament to £70 billion a year. And it is not like this in most other comparable countries, where spending on these benefits since the pandemic is either stable or falling, whilst ours continues to inexorably rise. This is the legacy of 14 years of Tory failure. And today, Mr. Speaker, we say no more. Since we were elected, we have hit the ground running to get more people into good work through our plan for change. We're investing an extra £26 billion into the NHS to drive down waiting lists and get people back to health and back to work. We're improving the quality of work and making work pay with our landmark employment rights legislation and increases in the national living wage. We're creating more good jobs in every part of the country, in clean energy and through our modern industrial strategy. And we are introducing the biggest reforms to employment support in a generation with our £240 million Get Britain Working plan. Today, our Pathways to Work Green Paper sets out decisive action to fix the broken benefits system, creating a more proactive, pro-work system for those who can work, and so we protect it for those who cannot work now and for the long term. Mr. Speaker, I know as a constituency MP for 14 years that there will always be people who can never work because of the severity of their disability or illness. Under this government, the social security system will always be there for people in genuine need. That is a principle we will never compromise on. But disabled people and people with health conditions who can work should have the same rights, choices and chances to work as everybody else. That principle of equality is vital too, because far from what members opposite would have you believe, many sick and disabled people want to work with the right help and support. And unlike the Conservatives, that is what we will deliver. Mr. Speaker, our first aim is to secure a decisive shift towards prevention and early intervention. Almost 4 million people are in work with a work-limiting health condition, and around 300,000 fall out of work every year. So we've got to do far more to help people stay in work and get back to work quickly, because your chances of returning are 5 times higher in the first year. Our plans to give statutory sick pay for 1 million of the lowest paid workers and more rights to flexible working will help keep more people in work. The WorkWell programme is trialling new approaches, like GPs referring people to employment advisors instead of signing them off sick. And our Keep Britain Working review, led by former John Lewis boss Sir Charlie Mayfield, will set out what government and employers can do together to create healthier, more inclusive workplaces. So we help more employers offer opportunities for disabled people, including through measures like reasonable adjustments, alongside our Green Paper consultation on reforming access to work so it is fit for the future. And today, I can announce another step. Our Green Paper will consult on a major reform of contributory benefits, merging contributions-based job seekers allowance and employment support allowance into a new time-limited unemployment insurance paid at a higher rate without having to prove you cannot work in order to get it. So if you have paid into the system, you'll get stronger income protection while we help you get back on track. Our second objective is to restore trust and fairness in the benefits system by fixing the broken assessment process and tackling the perverse incentives that drive people into welfare dependency. Now, members on this side of the House have long argued that the work capability assessment is not fit for purpose. Going through the WCA is complex, time-consuming and often stressful for claimants, especially if they also have to go through the PIP assessment. And more fundamentally, it's based on a binary can-can't work divide, when we know the truth is that many people's physical and mental health conditions fluctuate. The consultation on the Conservatives' discredited WCA proposals was ruled unlawful by the courts. So today I can announce we will not go ahead with their proposals. Instead, we will scrap the WCA in 2028. In future, extra financial support for health conditions in universal credit will be available solely through the PIP assessment. So extra income is based on the impact of someone's health condition or disability, not on their capacity to work, reducing the number of assessments that people have to go through and a vital step towards de-risking work. And, Mr. Speaker, we will do more by legislating for a right to try, guaranteeing that work in and of itself will never lead to a benefit reassessment, giving people the confidence to take the plunge and try work without the fear this will put their benefits at risk. Mr. Speaker, we will also tackle the perverse financial incentives that the party opposite created, which actively encourage people into welfare dependency. The Tories ran down the value of the Universal Credit Standard Allowance. As a result, the health top-up is now worth double the standard allowance at more than £400 a month. And in 2017, they took away extra financial help for the group of people who could prepare for work. So we're left with a binary assessment of can or can't work and a clear financial incentive to define yourself as incapable of work, something the OBR, IFS and others say is a likely factor driving people onto incapacity benefits. Today, we tackle this problem head-on. We will legislate to rebalance the payments in universal credit from April next year, holding the value of the health top-up fixed in cash terms for existing claimants and reducing it for new claimants, with an additional premium for people with severe lifelong conditions that mean that they will never work, to give them the financial security they deserve. And alongside this, Mr. Speaker, we will bring in a permanent, above-inflation rise to the standard allowance in universal credit for the first time ever. A £775 annual increase in cash terms by 2029-30 and a decisive step to tackle the perverse incentives in the system. We will also fix the failing system of reassessments. The Conservatives failed to switch reassessments back on after the pandemic. So they're down by more than two-thirds, with face-to-face assessments going from 7 in 10 to only 1 in 10. We will turn these reassessments back on at scale and shift the focus back to doing more face-to-face. And we will ensure they are recorded as standard to give confidence to claimants and taxpayers that they're being done properly. And, Mr. Speaker, I can also announce for people on universal credit with the most severe disabilities and health conditions that will never improve, we want to ensure that they are never reassessed to give them the confidence and dignity they deserve. And we will fundamentally overhaul the DWP's safeguarding approach to make sure all our processes and training are of the highest quality so we protect and support the most vulnerable people. Mr. Speaker, alongside these changes, we will also reform disability benefits so they focus support on those in greatest need and to ensure the social security system lasts for the long term into the future. Social and demographic change means more people are now living with a disability. But the increase in disability benefits is double the rate of increasing prevalence of working age disability in the country, with claims amongst young people up 150%, for mental health conditions up 190%, and claims for learning difficulties up over 400%, according to the IFS. Every day, there are more than 1,000 new PIP awards. That's the equivalent of adding a population the size of Leicester every single year. Mr. Speaker, that is not sustainable long term, above all for the people who depend on this support. But the Tories have no proper plan to deal with this, just yet more ill-thought-through consultations. So today I can announce this government will not bring in the Tory proposals for vouchers, because disabled people should have choice and control over their lives. We will not means test PIP, because disabled people deserve extra support, whatever their incomes. And, Mr. Speaker, I can confirm we will not freeze PIP either. Instead, our reforms will focus support on those with the greatest needs. We will legislate for a change in PIP so people will need to score a minimum of 4 points in at least one activity to qualify for the daily living element of PIP from November 2026. This will not affect the mobility component of PIP and only relates to the daily living element. And alongside this, we will launch a review of the PIP assessment, led by my right honourable friend, the Minister for Social Security and Disability, in close consultation with disabled people, the organisations that represent them, and other experts. So we make sure PIP and the assessment process is fit for purpose now and into the future. And, Mr. Speaker, this is a significant reform package that is expected to save over £5 billion in 2029-30, and the OBR will set out their final assessment of the costings next week. Our third and final objective is to deliver personalised support to sick and disabled people who can work to get the jobs they need and deserve. We know from the last Labour government and our new deals for disabled people, young people and the long-term unemployed, the difference that proper employment support can make. And more recent evidence from the Work Choice programme and additional work coach time shows support can make a significant difference in the number of people getting work, keeping work and improving their mental health and well-being too. This Labour government believes that an active state can transform people's lives. We know this because we have done it before. So today I can announce we will invest an additional £1 billion a year for employment support with the aim of guaranteeing high-quality, tailored and personalised support to help people on a pathway to work. The largest ever investment in opportunities to work for sick and disabled people. And alongside this, for those on the UC Health top-up, we will bring in an expectation to engage and a new support conversation to talk about people's goals and aspirations, combined with an offer of personalised health skills and employment support. And because being out of work or training when you're young is so damaging for your future prospects, we will go further. In addition to funding our youth guarantee through the £240 million Get Britain working plan, we will consult on delaying access to the health top-up in universal credit until someone is aged 22, with the savings reinvested into work support and training opportunities, so every young person is earning or learning and on a pathway to success. Mr. Speaker, The Conservatives left a broken benefits system that's failing the people who depend on it and our country as a whole. The status quo is unacceptable, but it is not inevitable. We were elected on a mandate for change, to end the sticking plaster approach and tackle the root causes of problems in this country that have been ignored for too long. Because we believe in the value and potential of every single person, that we all have something positive to contribute and can make a difference, whether that's in paid work, in our families or communities, alongside our neighbours and friends. We will unleash this potential in every corner of the land, because we are as ambitious for the British people as they are for themselves. Today we take decisive action, and I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary of State Helen Whately.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Right Honourable Lady for advance sight of her statement. She and I agree on one thing: the welfare bill is too high. Left unchecked, it will rise to £100 billion by the end of the decade. Spending more on sickness benefits than we do on defence is not the sign of a strong country, and this isn't just a question of money. We have 3 million working-age people not working due to ill health, not filling the roles businesses need, not contributing to our economy, not fulfilling their own potential. Now, the best way to get the welfare bill down is to get people off benefits and into work. That is what we did year after year after taking office in 2010. Despite the once-in-a-century pandemic, there were 4 million more people in employment when we left office than the mess we inherited from Labour. Before the pandemic, economic inactivity was at a historic low. But it's true that then we started to see a new phenomenon: growing numbers of people claiming sickness benefits, and particularly worryingly, young people. A system set up with good intentions to protect the most vulnerable in society had over time morphed into something broader, driven in part by a well-intentioned but not always helpful medicalisation of life's ups and downs. In government, we identified this problem. We worked up plans to tackle it, but at every point, Labour opposed them. In fact, the Chancellor said that not one single penny could be saved from benefits. So when they came into office, not only did they cancel or delay pretty much everything we handed over, they had no plans of their own. They walked into the department with empty notebooks. All they'd done in opposition is oppose, instead of the hard work of coming up with their own answers. That's why the country has had to wait another 8 months for this announcement. And in that time, taxpayers have shelled out £7 billion in extra sickness benefits. Nearly 500,000 people have been signed off sick. In fact, 60 people were signed onto sickness benefits while the Right Honourable Lady was talking. Nonetheless, I have been looking forward to hearing what she would announce today, and which of the many things briefed out to the media her spinning policy wheel would eventually land on. Governing is hard. We know that. In the last few weeks, they have made it look really hard. But nothing compared to how hard life can be for a severely disabled person. Somebody for whom getting up, getting dressed, getting breakfast, things most of us here found easy to do this morning, they find hard, if not impossible. For some people, the last few weeks has been deeply frightening. They will be glad for the uncertainty to finally be at an end. Mr. Speaker, I can genuinely say that I want the Right Honourable Lady to succeed, and I welcome her commitment today to increase the number of reassessments and that more of these will be taking place face-to-face and recorded. I welcome the investment in employment support for disabled people. And of course, we were doing in government. Scrapping the work capability assessment and creating a single assessment. That is already government policy, due to come in 2026-27. Her big idea seems to be to delay this until 2028. Merging New Style JSA and ESA into a new time-limited higher rate, a proposal we worked up in government, tightening up eligibility for PIP, a consultation we launched, and by the way, would have gone much further on. Ending reassessments for people whose health conditions won't improve, we consulted on. Their right to try guarantee sounds remarkably similar to our chance to work guarantee. And of course, her continued support for Workwell, a programme I launched with the now Shadow Chancellor. In fact, the only original idea I can see in their entire announcement is increasing the rate of unemployment benefits, a Labour policy if ever I heard one. Mr. Speaker, this is a now or never chance to seize the moment, a now or never for millions of people who will otherwise be signed off for what could end up being a lifetime on benefits. But this announcement today leaves me with more questions than answers. How many people will this help back into work? By when? Surely we haven't been waiting 8 months just for another green paper. Where is the fit note reform crucial to stem the flow of people onto benefits? Where is the action on people being signed off sick for the everyday ups and downs of life? Why is she only planning to save $5 billion when the bill is forecast to rise to over $100 billion? And do the savings she's announcing today include the $5 billion savings we had already agreed with the OBR for reforming the work capability assessment? Because if so, she has made virtually no savings of her own. What is the saving net of the additional expenditure planned? Fundamentally, this is too little, too late. The fact is, $5 billion. The fact is, $5 billion just doesn't cut it with a bill so big going up so fast. She needed to be tougher. She should be saying, no more hard-working taxpayers funding the family next door not to work. No more free top-of-the-range cars for people who don't need them. No more sickfluencers helping people to claim money they don't need. And now, before the Right Honourable Lady puts on her angry voice and leans across the dispatch box to shout at me about 14 years, can I gently say to her that everybody in this chamber and around the country knows that we lost and they won, and now her job is to govern, and it is my job to hold her to account. Our country needs everybody who can work to work. This principle should be at the heart of our welfare system. It is good for the taxpayer, good for the economy, good for the individual and their family who benefit from the security, dignity and purpose that work brings. And it means that those who genuinely cannot work get the support they deserve. But the fact is, fewer people work under Labour. It's happened every time they've been in office, and it's already happening now. They should have taken their time in opposition to come up with some meaningful reforms. They didn't, and the country is already paying the price.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, I personally like the Honourable Lady a great deal, but her entire response seemed to be railing against her own party's failings and lamenting action her party itself failed to take. Too little, too late, it indeed will be the epitaph of the Conservative Party. One thing I do agree with is that this is a now or never moment, and I'm proud that this government is taking it, taking decisive action, ducking the challenges that have been ignored for too long. And also, I would say, Mr. Speaker, I'm not interested in being tough. This is about real people with real lives, and we have to be careful how we talk about this. I'm interested in taking the right steps to actually change the system, to transform people's lives, and crucially, to ensure that we have a social security system that lasts in future. 1 in 3 of us will have a health condition in our lifetimes. 1 in 4 of us is disabled. And unless we as a country in the welfare state, the world of work and all of our public service wake up to that fact, that welfare state that the Labour Party created will not be there for future generations, as that is what we are determined to secure. This is a substantial package of measures that will save around £5 billion by 29-30. We will have to wait till the OBR comes up with its final costings on all of this at the spring statement. But I would just leave honourable members with this. The former Chancellor George Osborne said a decade ago, governments let unemployed people get parked on disability benefits and told they would never work again. Why? Because people on disability benefits don't get counted in unemployment figures that could embarrass politicians. The Labour Party isn't embarrassed about this situation. We're ashamed of the state the Tories left the country in. We will face up to our responsibilities. It's time honourable members opposite did the same.
Chair of the Select Committee, Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for her statement. I absolutely agree. Our social security system isn't fit for purpose, and I think the measures, particularly in terms of increasing employment support by £1 billion a year, by increasing the standard allowance of universal credit, something unfortunately the opposition failed to do when they were in government, will be really, really positively felt. I also appreciate the difficult financial circumstances we face ourselves, and in spite of the £5 billion being said by the party opposite to be a huge figure, it's actually the largest cut in social security support since 2015. And I would put that there are alternative, more compassionate ways to balance the books rather than on the back of sick and disabled people. I absolutely fundamentally believe that my right honourable friend is on the right course, and I implore my party to try and get our reforms to bed in first before we look to making the cuts, a point that others have also made. There's so much evidence of the adverse effects that the party opposite had with the cuts in support and the restrictions in eligibility criteria when they were in government, including the deaths of vulnerable people. And we can't have a repeat of that. So I would be grateful if my honourable friend could, as a matter of urgency, publish the analysis that they've had on the impacts, particularly on mental health impacts, and also to give an outline of when we are expected to respond. Thank you.
I really thank my honourable friend for her response. Let me say straight off, we will be publishing the equality impact analysis and the poverty analysis alongside the spring statement. I know that she is a lifelong champion for sick and disabled people and has rightly raised concerns, including through the Select Committee, on vital issues like safeguarding, and I look forward to receiving the Select Committee's report on that to learn from the evidence they've received. I would just say that although this package is a substantial package with those estimated savings, spending on working age, sickness and disability benefits will continue to rise over this Parliament. The last forecast was that it would continue to rise by £18 billion. It is not a cut, as the Honourable Lady has said. These are really important issues. We need to work to get this right, to make sure the proper support is in place for people, and I really do genuinely look forward to working with the Select Committee to get all these proposals right.
Steve Darling, the Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would first of all like to start by thanking the Secretary of State for sharing her statement in advance. That was extremely welcome. Liberal Democrats want to see more people in work, including those with disabilities. Sadly, the significant blocker for those people getting into work is the appalling state of our health and social care system left behind by the Tories to my right in more ways than one. And we desperately need the new Labour government to drive forward with reforms that actually see an investment in our health service to improve it. The devil is in the detail of these proposals, and I do fear what we will find as we turn over rocks over the next few days, particularly for those who are most vulnerable. The Minister has described the system as a broken system, And so, therefore, I would like to ask the Minister, how are you driving... Sorry, Chair. How is the Minister driving significant change through this? I fear that this is just tinkering around the edges where we need to see real culture change within the DWP. And also, Mr Chair, investment in our NHS is absolutely more essential.
Yeah. Secretary of State.
I actually agree with the honourable gentleman. We do need extra investment in the NHS and to overhaul the culture of the DWP, and that is precisely what we are doing. We are investing an additional £26 billion into the NHS, an extra £172 million into the Disabled Facilities Grant to help disabled people live independently, £3.7 billion into social care, because that's such an important issue. We do need a decisive cultural shift in the DWP. That's why our Get Britain working plans have announced proposals to overhaul job centres. And we've also said today we need to have a fundamental look at our safeguarding approach. And I would also say this, our Pathways to Work employment support programme genuinely is that, because for some people, getting out of the house is an achievement. For others, going along to a community group, maybe doing voluntary action, getting skills, that is what we mean. And we will work closely, not only with the NHS and my right honourable friend and social care, but also voluntary organisations who have such a vital role to help people on a pathway to success.
Dave McHillier.
Mr Speaker, and I welcome my right honourable friend's commitment to making sure that no one is on the scrap heap when it comes to working, that everyone will get the support that they need. I note that she's consulting on delaying access to the health top-up in universal credit until someone is aged 22, and would be grateful if she could explain the rationale for that age and what savings she expects to make if that consultation goes forward.
Secretary of State.
My right honourable friend raises a really important issue. I would say on that, honourable members, I mean, patience is not my greatest virtue, but honourable members will need to wait until the OBR's full assessment of individual measures and the savings that they make for the spring statement. And also on the delaying access to the health top-up for those under 22, there will be a specific exemption for those who are never able to work because their disability is so severe. But this is all about matching it with our youth guarantee, announced in the Get Britain working plan, to make sure every young person is earning or learning. Because if you are not in education, employment or training when you are young, the impact can be lifelong and scarring for your health, job prospects and earnings. And so we have got to put that right.
Esther McVeigh.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. How precisely will these benefit cuts be realised, given this government's anti-business budget, which has seen businesses close at the fastest rate since Labour was last in office, and of those still standing, 30% are planning to cut staff to cope with the increase in the employer's national insurance contribution? Where are the jobs? We know Labour is the party of the magic money tree. Is Labour now the party of the magic jobs tree too?
I mean, the only party that believes in magic money is members opposite, who wrote a cheque that they couldn't pay. And I would say to the honourable lady, unlike members opposite, we believe good work and good rights at work actually is of benefit to businesses, because the best businesses know it helps retain people and reduce the costs of recruitment. We are overhauling our approach with employers in the DWP, because only 1 in 6 ever uses a job centre to recruit. We want to have a single account manager for all businesses. We're going to make sure our job centres are much more embedded in their local communities, so they have detailed knowledge of individual employers. That is the way that we get Britain working and growing again.
Clive Lewis.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I ask the Minister, when they made the decision, to go down this route, did they understand the pain and difficulty that this will cause millions of people, millions of our constituents who are using food banks, who are using social supermarkets, people who are on the brink? This £5 billion cut is going to impact them more than I think her department is giving credit for. And I would like her department to be able to look my constituents in the eye when I go back to them to tell them that this is going to work for them, because as things stand, my constituents, my friends, my family are very angry about this, and they do not think this is the kind of action that a Labour government takes.
I have great respect for my honourable friend, but let me just say this to him. I've spent years chairing Feeding Leicester, the programme to end hunger in my city. And I know that I can look my constituents in the eye and say to them, I know that getting more people into better paid jobs is the key to their future success. I know dealing with their mental health problems, which we know are so prevalent, is absolutely essential. We, the Labour Party, believe that if you can work, we will give you the help to get back on your feet, because that is the long-term route to tackling poverty, tackling inequality, which is what this Labour Party is all about.
Caroline Down.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Like the Honourable Lady, I was also elected in 2010, and I need to tell her that our recollections differ. Because when I came into this role after 13 years of Labour government, 7.5% of the young people in the Gosport constituency were not in education, employment or training. That was a number that was down to 3% by last year. And since they've taken office, 83,000 more people across this country of working age are now unemployed. So what I want to know from her is all the jobs that take on so many of the young people across our constituencies, from adult social care to childcare to hair and beauty, are telling me that they're not now taking on more staff as a result of her Chancellor's changes to national insurance contributions. Surely the two are mutually incompatible.
Secretary of State.
I would say to the Honourable Lady, unless we cut waiting times and waiting lists in the NHS so people can get back to health and back to work. That is the reason that we are investing an extra £26 billion into the NHS, and many employers have said to me that they are deeply concerned about that. And we are precisely dealing with those key sectors, health and social care, construction, all those areas where people want people with the skills to get jobs. We are overhauling our approach in DWP, setting up sector work-based academy programmes specifically tailored to employers' needs. I know there's more we need to do to work with employers to help them get people back into work, and that is what this government will deliver.
Dr. Marie-Timple.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 14 years of Conservative failure, there's a 29% employment gap and a 17% pay gap for disabled people in this country. Therefore, we must ensure that the social model of disability is central to government decision-making to achieve inclusive growth that enables disabled people to fulfil their potential. I welcome her proactive approach to reasonable adjustments and the £1 billion support package to get disabled people back into work where they can work, as well as her recognition that PIP is designed as an in-work benefit to enable people to live independently, because research shows that supportive, incentive-based approaches massively outperform cuts or sanctions in getting disabled people into sustainable employment. What work has she done to develop inclusive growth strategies across all employment sectors to close the disability employment gap and the disability pay gaps?
Secretary of State.
I absolutely agree with my right honourable friend. This is at the heart of our mission here, providing those equal rights and choices for disabled people to work as anybody else. We will be working with disabled people and the organisations that represent them to develop our pathways to work employment support so we get it right, because we won't do that unless we work closely with disabled people. And we are also working right across government. We have disability ministers in every single government department. They are driving this agenda forward, and I know that my right honourable friend will give much valued advice and help to make sure we get it right in every part of this government.
John Milne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Encouraging and enabling people back to work is a laudable aim, but how can the Minister assume £5 billion worth of success in advance of actually rolling out the programme? Surely the right approach is to let the reforms generate savings naturally by a concrete reduction in need, rather than to set an arbitrary target beforehand.
We're not setting an arbitrary target. We're fixing a broken system, and we're taking action immediately, because we believe we have to both put in place that employment support, put in place the health support and social care support at the same time as fixing a broken benefit system. And I would just say to the honourable gentleman, I start first, last and always with people. What do we need to do to give people the opportunities they deserve if they can work? What do we need to do to make sure the social security system lasts in future? That is something that we cannot put off any longer, because that is not good enough for the people that we were elected to serve.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. PIP is a devolved benefit known as the Adult Disability Payment in Scotland. Can my right honourable friend assure me that she'll be working with partners, including the Scottish Government, to ensure that disabled people right across the whole of the UK get the support that they need?
Absolutely, that is very important for me personally and the government as a whole, because we want people in Scotland to have the same chances and choices to work if they can do as everybody else, and to make sure people have proper protections. That is essential for us, and I will continue to work closely with the Scottish Government, not just in my own area, but I know across the board in other government departments too.
Mark Pritchard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Youth unemployment stood at 642,000 as of the last quarter of 2024, a rise of 136,000 on 2023, and a youth unemployment rate of 14.8%. She mentions earlier in her statement, earn and learn. Does she agree with me that one way of perhaps attracting some people back into work is for her to have discussions with her colleague in the Ministry of Defence, the Defence Secretary? And would she agree with me that getting more young people into His Majesty's Armed Forces, Air Force, Navy, Army, would be a starting place?
I absolutely agree with the honourable gentleman. Indeed, before I was appointed to this position in opposition as a constituency MP, I have discussed with my local job centre and the Armed Forces recruitment precisely these issues, because of the really exciting careers and opportunities that are available, I think are really important for young people in my constituency and the one that he represents. And I will certainly be having more conversations with colleagues in the Ministry of Defence to make sure we put this plan into action.
Clive Effin.
Mr. Speaker, I've heard many people make a moral case for the changes that my right honourable friend has announced today. But does she agree that over the last 20 years, those people with large amounts of wealth have done extremely well, whilst average household incomes have stagnated and the standard of living for the overwhelming majority has gone down? So whilst we make a moral case for changes to the benefit system, shouldn't we also be making a case for how we tax wealth as opposed to income?
My honourable friend is right that those with the broadest shoulders should bear the biggest burden, and that's why I'm very proud that we have tackled issues like closing loopholes in the non-dom tax status, why we've looked at the profits of the energy companies and many other areas. I think that is an absolute principle of this Labour Party, of fairness in the tax system.
Stephen Flynn.
They say they won't change their fiscal rules because of their manifesto. They say they won't change their tax policies because of their manifesto. They say they won't change their position in relation to the single market because of their manifesto. Perhaps the Secretary of State could outline to me and to people right across the UK where in her manifesto it stated that they were going to take £5 billion away from disabled people.
I'm very happy to send a highlighted version of our manifesto to the honourable gentleman, where we said we would reform or replace the WCA. We said we'd make sure we dealt with backlogs in access to work. We said we'd make work pay. We said we'd invest more in the NHS. We said we'd improve employment rights. We said we'd create jobs in every part of the country. I'm very proud we're delivering on it. I just ask the honourable gentleman to take a look at what's happening in Scotland and their record there, because there's probably more they could do.
Jill German.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to hear my right honourable friend announce additional investment for high-quality, tailored and personalised support to help people on a pathway to work, and the recognition that for so many it is indeed a pathway and not just a series of referrals that just lead back to square one.
So can my right honourable friend assure me that joint working with local support services like those in Clwyd North, already doing great work, will form part of this so a truly local, person-centred approach can be achieved?
Thursday.
Yes. We won't get this right unless we draw on the huge strengths of our voluntary and community organisations. You know, I have never believed that there are hard-to-reach groups. It's just we need to change what we do. And I think there's a lot we can learn from groups like the one my honourable friend suggests, because it really is a pathway to work. I think we've got to end this false divide between those who can and can't work and understand that there are steps towards a better life, and that's what this government wants to deliver.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Two practical questions. She said she's joining Job Seekers Allowance and Employment Support Allowance into a new time-limited unemployment insurance. What is that time limit? And second of all, she said an expectation on people to look for work. What happens when they don't meet that expectation, and what discipline is faced if they don't take that up?
The time limit is one of the things we're consulting on in the Green Paper, and I look forward to hearing his views about that. And in terms of the expectation to engage, it's actually very interesting when we have started to free up our work coach time, actually offer support on the phone, in person. Many people have come forward because we're trying to change the culture of that. Actually, I mean, the Conservatives always leap straight to a position where people refuse to get involved. Actually, we've got to change the culture. And I believe that is the way that we would get more people onto that pathway to success.
Florence Eshelon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the Secretary of State that many disabled and sick people want to work, but the reality is cutting PIP will not address the reasons why they don't. The Secretary of State outlined the reasonable adjustment framework for disabled people's hard. It's very hard to navigate. It took me 6 months to navigate that for my member of staff in the place where we legislate. So how hard is it going to be for disabled people in the workplace to try to get those employees to make those adjustments? Can the Secretary of State outline how she's going to make sure that the workplace is ready for people accessing the workplace, and that disabled gap employment, which really, in a sense, doesn't have anything to do with benefits, but some of the reasonable adjustments that we see not happening at the moment?
I know my honourable friend is an absolute passionate advocate of these issues. We have to do far more to work with employers to ensure that those basic reasonable adjustments need to be made. That is one of the issues that Sir Charlie Mayfield is looking at in our Keep Britain Working review, precisely because we know good employers understand the need to make these changes. I am very happy to meet with my honourable friend to go through this in more detail, because she's right, we've got to get this absolutely nailed.
Gavin Robinson.
First it was the pensioners and their winter fuel allowance, then it was the WASPy women and broken promises, and now it's the sick and the vulnerable. We believe in protecting the taxpayer, but protecting those who need our support the most, and yet not a word about abuse, or not a word about those who are taking money out of the system when they are not entitled to it. Can I ask the Secretary of State how she can rationalise in her mind in this statement how she, on the one hand, accepts that people's health and their well-being can fluctuate, but on the other hand say that she's going to do away with the accumulation of points. To require an applicant to get 4 points in any one box does away with the ability to recognise that mental ill health particularly manifests itself in many different ways, and that accumulation of points has been incredibly important to get support for those who need it most. If it fluctuates, how is she doing away with that accumulation?
I would say to the honourable gentleman, there is very clear evidence that good work is good for mental health. And that is for people with anxiety and depression, but also those with more severe conditions, psychosis, schizophrenia. Really clear evidence from the NHS individual placement and support programme that you can help people get into work. That's not only better for them and their incomes, but it reduces their relapses and spending on the NHS. He asks me how I rationalise this. It's because I am not prepared to accept a system that is miserable for people. that traps them in poverty, that denies people the chances and support they deserve. And I am also not prepared to accept an inexorable rise in the cost of spending, much of which is on the cost of failure, precisely because I want to ensure the social security system lasts for the long term.
Sarah Owen.
Mr. Speaker, I think all of us on this side of the House at least understand the scale of the financial bin fire left by the previous government. But there are those that are worried and are seeking assurances at home. Of the 1 million people potentially losing disability support, what guarantees can my right honourable friend give that those that are unable to feed or toilet themselves will not lose out in personal care? And of the 1 million who can and do want to work, of course we welcome that £1 billion extra support. But how is this government going to hold uncooperative employers' feet to the fire in giving disabled people an equal chance of employment and career success?
Thursday.
I agree with my honourable friend. I know people are worried and concerned. And that is a really important issue. It's why I disagreed with the opposition spokesman saying we need to be tough. I'm not interested in that. This is real people and real lives. And I would say that the changes in PIP are not coming in immediately. They will be from November 2026 for new claimants. Those with severe conditions who will never work will be protected. If people do have a reassessment, it will be done by a fully trained assessor or a healthcare professional based on their individual needs. And in order to ensure there is greater confidence in those assessors and the decisions that are being taken, we will overhaul our safeguarding and training, and we will record those assessments as a standard, because that is absolutely essential.
So Desmond Sway.
Speaker, because working is so beneficial to mental health, will she require claimants to undertake socially useful work in order to retain their benefits?
Sarah State.
No.
There's only a few.
Neil Coyle.
Neil Coyle.
Can I thank the Secretary of State for listening to disabled people and their organisations on ending the needless, wasteful and extremely expensive repeat reassessments for those with progressive conditions. I hope it's being welcomed by those who've campaigned for that for many years. But can I ask if the Green Paper plans will include tackling the disincentives to work for disabled people and others in supported housing that mean working more than 15 hours a week can actually result in financial penalties in a system not just ignored by the party opposite, but put in place by the two parties opposite in coalition when they fumbled the universal credit introduction? Will this government fix those tax allowances to ensure that work always pays, including for disabled people in supported housing?
My right honourable friend, the Minister for Social Security and Disability, is looking at that, and I am sure he will discuss these issues with my honourable friend if he would like that.
John Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard nothing today that shows the government has yet listened to disabled people. Any changes to PIP should have been co-produced, but we have this week 25 disabled people's groups and charities writing to ministers begging to be included and not as an afterthought. Can the Secretary of State explain why disabled people are feeling so disregarded and scapegoated, and why impoverishing them to the tune of £5 billion is a higher priority than a simple wealth tax?
Hear, hear.
Thursday.
I mean, I think many disabled people did feel disregarded and ignored under the Conservative government. And I would say to her that on many, not all, but many aspects of what I've announced today, we will be working with disabled people and the organisations that represent them. And if she has particular issues and concerns that she would like to raise, I would be very, very happy to her if she would like to write for me or meet myself or the Minister for Social Security and Disability.
Mike Donald.
Mr. Speaker, you know that there are decisions made in this House that stay with you for the rest of your life. This is one of them. Can I say to the Secretary of State, we all agree with their objectives of trying to ensure that disabled people are fully have the resources to have a decent quality of life, and that those capable of work have the support to get them into work. But the reality is trying to find up to £5 billion worth of cuts by changing the PIP rules, the criteria, will result in immense suffering, and we've seen it in the past, loss of life. So what monitoring, independent monitoring, will take place that will be reported to this House,
And what threshold of suffering will it take to take an alternative route to supporting disabled people?
I would say to my honourable friend, I take very seriously the issues that I've announced today. We absolutely want to make sure that all of the assessment processes and training are properly scrutinised, and we are overhauling our safeguarding processes. But let me just say this. My objective is to improve the lives and life chances of sick and disabled people, for those who can work, to support them to get into work, for those who will never work, to protect them, switching off the reassessments that have been done to give them dignity and respect. And I believe that that mission, not only to ensure those who can work do work, but to secure the sustainability of the social security for the long term, is precisely the responsibility of a Labour Party that founded the welfare state.
Dame Harriet Baldwin. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of the first acts of her government was to take away the winter fuel allowance from millions of pensioners on incomes as low as £13,000 a year, including 44,000 who are terminally ill or were. So can she reassure all our constituents that in making these changes, she will not be going after those who have a terminal illness?
That is absolutely essential for me personally and for the government as a whole, and I do give that assurance to the honourable lady. But I would just gently say to her, you know, under the Conservatives, pensioner poverty increased, and they left 880,000 pensioners not getting the pension credit they deserve. They are suddenly converted to caring about pensioners on low incomes. In contrast, we've decided to act.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a physio, I know that optimising somebody's function and independence in work or not in work saves the system so much money because it prevents dependency. However, I find that incongruous with the cut of £5 billion and also changing the eligibility criteria. So will she ensure that before those precise measures are brought before the House, that disabled people are consulted and involved in that decision-making process, but also that we ensure that people maintain their independence, their psychological safety, their dignity, and aren't pushed further into poverty?
Secretary of State.
I would say to the honourable lady, I absolutely agree that keeping older people as physically independent for as long as possible is vital. That is one of the reasons why we're investing £26 billion extra into the NHS. We're also rolling out employment advisors, not only in talking therapies and mental health services, but starting that in physical health too, including for people with musculoskeletal conditions, because I think getting people back to health and back to work is so important. We will be legislating on the PIP changes. There will be full ability for this House to debate those changes, and we will be consulting with disabled people, crucially, on the employment support programme, how we get that right, and how we make sure that is much more joined up with the health support that many disabled people, sick and disabled people need.
Lisa Smart.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many of my Hazel Grove constituents are keen as mustard to get back to work, but they are waiting for either a diagnosis or treatment on the NHS. This is made more difficult by capital spending needed at Stepping Hill Hospital, and also the fact that mental health services across Greater Manchester are stretched too thinly. What assurance can the Secretary of State give these constituents that her announcements today are not going to make more difficult an already really difficult time of their lives?
Mary Rimmer.
I mean, she's absolutely right to champion the needs of... Sorry. Oh, sorry. Yes, thank you. She's absolutely right to champion her constituents' needs and to say many people... In fact, we recently did a survey of people on sickness and disability benefits, and 2 in 5 of them all said they were on a waiting list. And that is really concerning to us, which is why we are putting that extra investment in place. We need to go further and faster on driving those waiting lists down, but we have already achieved those 2 million extra appointments that we said we'd deliver in our manifesto 7 months early, and we will do even more to make sure her constituents get back to health and back to work.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Nearly 1 million young people are leaving school and not in employment and training or education. My colleague and I, both representing St Helens, received a letter a couple of weeks ago, and it came a message from tutors in the college who were having difficulty getting young people to join training, education, and could we do anything about it? Could the Minister say a little more about a guarantee employment for young people and how we're going to get them to accept training? They were afraid of a cut in universal credit. I have to admit, I didn't know young people were on universal credit.
I promised I will keep my answers shorter because I know there are so many colleagues who want to get in. Actually, our youth guarantee is going to start being rolled out from next month. It will bring together, local leaders, mayors and local leaders will bring together all that work, health and skills support locally. I'm very happy to talk to her personally about what more we can do in her constituency, because she's right. We've got to get those young people on a pathway to success.
Jerome Mayhew.
Mr. Speaker, when I fought the last election, I was honest with my electorate, telling them that we would save £12 billion from the welfare budget. Was the Minister honest with her electorate when she talked about their plans to cut disability welfare, or is she making this policy on the hoof because the Chancellor has destroyed economic growth?
Secretary of State.
They didn't have a plan. The former Chancellor, the member for Godalming and Ash, actually admitted during the general election that money had already been scored. So I'd say I will listen more to the honourable member when they actually put forward a plan that works instead of having it discredited in the courts.
Dan Francis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Too many carers of disabled people end up with physical and mental health disabilities themselves and end up trapped in the system of their loved one. What more can the Secretary of State do with her colleagues in the Department of Health and Department of Education to stop that trap?
Secretary of State.
I've been a lifelong champion of family carers who give their all to looking after the people they love. My honourable friend will know we've already boosted the carers allowance earning threshold by £45 a week to £196, benefiting more than 60,000 carers by 29/30, the biggest ever cash increase in the earnings threshold for carers. There's much more we need to do to support family carers, including them, enabling them to balance their work and caring responsibilities. So I look forward to talking to my honourable friend about this, because there's much more we need to do.
Dr Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Secretary of State says she'll legislate for a change in PIP so that people must score a minimum of 4 points in at least one activity to qualify in the future. This means that an individual who needs supervision or assistance with therapy 3.5 hours a week, and prompting and assistance with washing, and assistance to get in the bath or shower, and supervision to manage their toilet needs, and assistance to dress and undress their lower body would no longer qualify for PIP. How many such individuals are there?
Secretary of State.
It doesn't mean that. What I would say is that every single case is assessed on individual need. And I would say to the honourable lady, it is really important that she understands and her constituents understand we will protect those with the severe disabilities who can never work. And for anyone who goes through a reassessment process, that will be done based on their personal individual needs.
Dr Zabir Ahmed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My right honourable friend will agree with me that under the managed decline of the SNP, people in Scotland are more likely to be economically inactive than the rest of the UK. She will further agree with me that we have greater ambitions for the people of Scotland, particularly young people, than the party opposite. Will she agree with me that these reforms are absolutely necessary so they put more Scots back to work and back on the road to prosperity?
Secretary of State.
Yes, I would. I mean, people in Scotland deserve the same chances and choices to work, to get skills, get training, to not have young people leaving school without the qualifications they need, to not have an NHS that isn't reducing waiting times, to overhaul job centres. Absolutely. And we will continue to work with the Scottish Government to put all of those problems right, because we want people in every part of this country to benefit.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Secretary of State's shift towards prevention. Last May, my constituent Alexander McRandall was riding his motorbike on the lanes of East Devon when he struck a pothole and was thrown from his bike. His collision resulted in permanent nerve damage. He's had to leave a 40-year career. His wife Louise has given up work to look after him. While they will be reassured to hear that the government is not going to freeze PIP, does the Secretary of State recognise that prevention also requires more investment in local government to prevent situations like theirs?
Secretary of State.
I'm really sorry to hear about what's happened to his constituent and his family and the impact that this must have had on them. I think there is absolutely more we need to do to provide local support. That's why the Get Britain Working Plan actually isn't all being determined by Whitehall, because I think local leaders know best what local areas need. So that is why we are devolving more resources, more powers and more responsibilities to local areas to make sure we shift the focus towards prevention and early intervention and help get people back on their feet.
Mary Kelly-Foy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When cuts to incapacity support was introduced by the last government through the work-related activity component, we saw severe rises in poverty with no significant increase in employment, and cases of mental health skyrocketing. And in the North East, we already have some of the highest rates of poverty and ill health in the country. So what assurances can the Secretary of State give me that these changes won't push people in areas like mine further into poverty and ill health?
It is absolutely about areas like my honourable friend represents, areas that have been written off and denied opportunities for so long. And it's really important that we look at this in the round. The action we're taking to create more good jobs in every part of the country through the modern industrial strategy, clean energy and building 1.5 million homes. My honourable friend, the Health Secretary, is sending in specific teams into the top 20 areas with the highest levels of economic inactivity to drive down those waiting lists. There is much more that we need to do to make this focused on the areas that need help most, and I look forward to working with my honourable friend to make that happen.
Carla Lockhart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today, across the United Kingdom and in my constituency of Upper Bann, so many genuine benefit recipients are fearful of what lies ahead. People who are vulnerable and need a compassionate welfare system to assist them in their day-to-day living. Regrettably, there's been no reassurance given to those people today, particularly on the 4-point minimum requirement. Little mention today about fraud and the genuine need to tackle it head-on. Does the Secretary of State not believe that equipping our benefit fraud officers with resources and powers to catch and deal with those frauding would be a better starting point than sweeping changes that will unlikely outsmart the fraudster but will hit the most vulnerable?
The Honourable Lady may not know, but we have a fraud bill going through Parliament right now because we believe £8 billion wasted on fraud every single year is unacceptable. I'm more than happy to write to her to set out the contents of that bill and then we can have another discussion.
Imran Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the reality remains that over the last few weeks, thousands of the most severely disabled people in my constituency and millions across the UK have watched in disbelief as politicians debate cuts to the support that enables their very survival, leaving many at breaking point, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Secretary of State understand the real fear and distress that this has caused? And will she today, from that dispatch box, commit to ensuring that not a single person who currently receives PIP now is unfairly punished or left struggling by these plans?
Secretary of State.
I do understand the worry and anxiety, and I hope I've made it clear to the House today. I don't start from a position of being tough. I start by precisely from a position of compassion for people who can work, who are being denied opportunities, and for compassion for severely disabled people who will never work, which is one of the reasons why we're overhauling our safeguarding processes and ensuring those who can never work are never reassessed to give them the confidence and dignity they deserve.
Gregory Stafford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome any initiative that will see more people getting back into work. And whilst I have some concerns about the detail that the Secretary of State has announced, especially around targeting, I think, the wrong people within this, and also the fact that there won't be the jobs for them to go to because of national insurance contributions, can I press, however, on the actual detail? I find it strange that she can tell us it's going to save £5 billion, but can't even give us a ballpark figure of how much she's going to spend beyond and above the £1 billion that she's already announced. I know it's going to come out in the OBR. I don't expect it to the penny, but can she give us a rough cost of how much her changes are actually going to cost?
Secretary of State.
The honourable gentleman may know that members on this side of the House strongly believe in and support the independence of the OBR and the processes behind it. So whilst we are able to give overall figures today, the individual costings, how many people who will be affected, and by how much, he will have to wait until the OBR assessment is published at the spring statement.
Gionwara.
Many constituents have contacted me afraid of losing their benefits. After 14 years of Tory neglect and chaos and several months of scaremongering, there's real vulnerability and fear in my constituency. So could she confirm that on this side of the House, we believe that those who cannot work are entitled to a decent standard of living nevertheless? And like her, I believe that good work is good for you. Good for mental well-being, good for a sense of worth, good for economic security, and disabled people are entitled to that. Would she write to me and set out in detail the incremental support that disabled people in Newcastle Central and West, including tech support, can expect as a result of these measures, and when?
Secretary of State.
I absolutely commit to doing that.
Harriet Cross.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The statement referred to right to try legislation being brought forward, and in the statement the Secretary of State also referred to de-risking work. But the Treasury's NICS rises make employing more expensive, and the Employment Rights Bill makes employing more risky. Yes. What assessment has her department done with other relevant departments on the impact of the recent government policies on job creation, and what impact this will have for the opportunities of sick and disabled people to try work?
Yeah. Secretary of State.
I mean, members on this side of the House believe good work and employment rights makes it more likely that people will take work. That's why we're bringing them forward, and it makes it more likely to keep people in work. And actually, we have a lot of employers who want to work with us to get the people that they need because they are struggling to fill those vacancies. We're overhauling our approach to that because we want to serve employers to better meet their needs.
Melanie Ward.
Of course, everyone in our country who can work and should receive appropriate support to do so. It is of the utmost importance to many on these benches that Labour ensures that disabled people who can never work are supported and protected to live the best possible life in dignity. Can the Minister tell me how an adult who cannot work, however much they would have liked to, because, for example, they have cerebral palsy, a visual impairment and learning difficulties, and who is on enhanced PIP and LCWRA, will be affected by these changes? What would be the impact on their finances?
Secretary of State.
I know my honourable friend cares absolutely passionately about these issues, and I have spoken to her about them many times before. I absolutely agree, and we commit that people who will never be able to work because of the severity of their disability or health condition will be protected by this. And in fact, by never going back and reassessing people, I hope that we will make a positive improvement, giving them the dignity and respect they need and deserve.
Alison Bennett.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Culture matters, and when I've spoken to carers who've been the victim of the carers overpayment scandal, The culture at the DWP is something they describe as spirit-crushing. But the culture of the government matters too. And last week I spoke to my constituent Jeff, who lives in Haywards Heath, who is partially sighted, and he told me that he and the partially sighted community have been sick with worry about what's been brought forward today. Does the Secretary of State think that the pitch rolling that's gone over the last 10 days is the right way to make these kinds of announcements?
Secretary of State.
I hope from now on honourable members will focus on the proposals we are actually putting forward. I would say to her culture does really matter, and that is, she referenced carers allowance. That's why we launched an independent investigation into this, because I don't just want to be told we're putting things right. I want independent voices to say that we are actually putting that right. And even recently, I would just say, I think many of our work coaches in job centres are absolutely wonderful, but I've heard from other honourable members in this House things like work coaches ringing deaf people. You know, we have to start changing that, looking at our training processes, putting all of this right, so everyone is treated with the dignity and respect they deserve.
Adam Thompson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in Erewash, there are many disabled and sick people who can never work, but who are forced to jump endlessly through hoops for the benefits that they need to survive. Can I welcome the Secretary of State's plan to switch off reassessments and end the needless stresses that these people must endure? And can I ask her to elaborate on these plans?
This is actually something really important to myself and the Minister for Social Security and Disability personally, through cases that we've seen where it seems, quite frankly, unbelievable that people whose disability is never going to change or their health condition is only going to get progressively worse. So whilst we switch reassessments back on and more face-to-face for people on the health top-up, we really want to make sure that there is dignity and respect for those who can and will never work, and I would be more than happy to write to my honourable friend with more details about that proposal in the Green Paper.
Kirsty Blackman.
Madam Deputy Speaker, sorry. Has the Secretary of State ever been diagnosed with depression? Because I have. I have been in a situation where getting up in the morning, where having a shower, where brushing your teeth feels like the biggest fight just to achieve those things. Does she think that putting people with diagnosis of a mental health condition through more reassessments is going to make their mental health condition better, or is it going to make it worse?
The honourable lady will forgive me if I don't talk about any health issues I may or may not have had in the past, and although she is brave enough to talk about them in this House, I would say that people's mental health condition affects them in many, many different ways. And there are people with anxiety and depression who say to me that work has actually given them structure and purpose and helped them deal with the problems, and others who've said sometimes they just can't get out of bed, let alone out of the house. And I think we need to have a system which recognises the different and fluctuating nature of these conditions and does whatever is right for that person to get them back to health and, if they can, back to work.
Dawn Butler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I was a manager in the Employment Service, and it's always needed reform, from telling people that they have to come back in 6 weeks to get help, or under the Tory government being told we've got to move people from employment benefits onto incapacity benefits to say that there was more people in employment. So it's always needed reform. How we go about it and the way we go about it is fundamental and important. And I don't think it should be linked to saving money, because that's rather crass, and it's caused lots of anxiety for my constituents in Brent East and elsewhere. The patriotic millionaires have said that just a 2% on assets over 10 million will bring in £22 billion a year. That's a better way to bring money in to help fill the black hole that we found ourselves in for the disaster of 14 years of the Tory government. Does the Minister agree with me that aspiration, compassion, care, fairness will be the hallmark of this Labour government?
Aspiration, compassion, care, fairness is absolutely the hallmark of this government. That is why we are bringing forward these reforms. And as I said earlier to the House, I don't start from a spreadsheet. I start from my belief that everybody has a value and a contribution to make in whatever way, and that we want people to fulfil their potential, and that is what That is what these reforms are about.
Ben Obsujecti.
Mr. Speaker, given the announced changes to the personal independence payment, what assessment has the Secretary of State made of the potential impact upon injured service personnel claiming the personal independence payment as an interim measure whilst their compensation claims are processed prior to the awarding of the Armed Forces Independence Payment? And will the Armed Forces Independence Payment also be in scope of these changes?
Secretary of State.
May I say to the honourable gentleman, I will look into that in detail and I will respond to him as soon as I can.
Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My right honourable friend co-chairs the Child Poverty Task Force. Can she tell the House what analysis she has undertaken of the impact of the reforms she's announcing today on child poverty? Will she publish that analysis? And can she assure the House that the reforms she is announcing today will not make child poverty worse for anybody who is a child living in a family where their parents or carers are in receipt of benefits?
Secretary of State.
As I said earlier, and my honourable friend raises a very important point, we will publish the equality impact analysis and the poverty impact analysis around the time of the spring statement. I would say what's really important is we have to look at the benefits for more people being in work and improving their incomes. That is absolutely essential, and we will be coming forward with our child poverty strategy because we have a clear manifesto commitment to drive that down, because children growing up in poverty could have their life chances damaged for years to come, and we are determined to put that right.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The predication of this whole statement is saving £5 billion at the expense of people with disabilities in our society. Anyone who's been through the trauma of trying to apply for a personal independence payment and the intrusive nature of the questioning and the very great difficulty of obtaining it and then of continuing to receive it in the future, what her statement has done is caused consternation and dismay to many people around the country who understandably are alarmed that their benefits are going to go down, particularly those with disabilities, and they're going to live in greater poverty as a result of it. Can she, with hand on heart, say that no disabled person is going to be worse off after a statement, or is that £5 billion going to be taken at the expense of those who live the most difficult lives already in our society?
Secretary of State.
The predication of this statement is to stop people being written off, denied opportunities, denied hope, denied a future, and it's about making the social security system sustainable for the long term. And that for me is so important, because when you have 1,000 new people being new PIP awards every single day, many driven by mental health, young people, we have got to look at this. We can't duck this challenge, because I want a social security system that is there for centuries to come.
Before I call the next member, I am hoping to try and get everybody in, but I will be finishing around 2:30, so please do help each other by keeping questions and answers short. Gregor Poynton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My Livingston constituents will welcome the Secretary of State's commitment today to protect with dignity those who cannot work because they're so severely disabled or with illness. But there are many sick and disabled people who can work with the right support. So can my right honourable friend confirm that those people will get the support they need to get into work to build a better life for them and their families?
Secretary of State.
Yes. Honourable members have rightly said that PIP is not a benefit related to work, it's a contribution to the extra costs of living with a disability, and actually 17% of people on PIP are in work. I want to expand opportunities for disabled people who can work to get into work, because the disability employment gap, which actually fell under the last government, has sort of flatlined. We want to sort that out, because we believe disabled people should have the same rights and chances to work if they can as everybody else.
Vicky Slade.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can the Minister offer some reassurance to Sue from Wareham about her 45-year-old son who is permanently disabled through childhood illness? She told me that he's got great abilities and works part-time with support, but every time there's a change of circumstance, he has to prove again his permanent disability. Now, you've confirmed that there will be changes regarding reassessments by DWP, but will these also apply across other government departments, including DFT, for matters including bus passes and blue badges? Because these things cause huge mental health issues.
Secretary of State.
She raises a really important point. I will look at that and write back to the Honourable Lady to make sure we address it properly.
Charlotte Nichols.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. While I accept it's perfectly possible for people with the right support with severe mental health conditions to work, as in Warrington we already have an employment rate above the government's national target, is there not a risk that these proposals today are premature and are legislating for the mental health services we might hope to have in the future, not where these services are today? And does she accept that the issue is not over-diagnosis, but the broken mental health services we inherited?
Secretary of State.
I've always believed that we should follow the evidence on this. We've got a clear commitment to recruiting 8,500 new mental health workers to have mental health support in every primary and secondary school to prevent problems from happening. But I would say we also need to roll out this individual placement support within the NHS. I mean, I've seen it in my own constituency. It can be life transforming, but we need to go further and faster to ensure all people with mental health problems who can work do that.
Anne Davies.
Madam Deputy Secretary, Wales will be hit hard by these cuts, with the second highest proportion of disabled people of working age in the UK. And stripping £5 billion from the system will only increase pressure on other services. Has the Secretary of State secured her Labour Welsh Government colleagues' approval, as they will be the ones that will have to shoulder the cost of these damaging cuts?
Well done. Secretary of State.
Welsh Labour wants to see more people having the chances and choices to get good jobs. That is why we have a modern industrial strategy to create good jobs in every part of the country, why we're building 1.5 million new homes, why we want to see clean energy support. All of these things will make a huge difference. We do not believe the status quo is acceptable or inevitable. That is why our plan for change will create more good jobs in every part of the company, and that's something I hope she and her party will welcome.
Annalise Midgley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I support the measures taken in this statement to get people who can work into work. I've been contacted by constituents who are worried. Like my constituent Lisa, who's got a son with a severe disability, he will never be able to work and relies on current support. So can my right honourable friend assure me that people like my constituent who cannot work and will never be able to work will not be worse off under these proposals?
Secretary of State.
We absolutely will protect those who can never work. And one thing that I haven't said to the House so far, one of the things we're actually consulting on in the Green Paper, is whether we should increase the age at which children get DLA from 16 to 18. I think that's a very important point to give people the reassurance they need and deserve.
Jim Allister.
Thank you. To me, parity in our welfare benefits is a key feature of our union. When the last government introduced their welfare reforms, the Northern Ireland Executive saw fit to introduce mitigations, for which they had to pay by taking money off health and education out of the block grant. If on this occasion the Northern Ireland Executive decides to mitigate these cuts, can the Secretary of State confirm that again that money would have to come out of needed services like health and education?
And I would say to the honourable gentleman, full details about the impact of these changes on the block grant will be available at the spring statement. At the last budget, provided the biggest ever block grant settlement since devolution, and I will absolutely be working closely with both my honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, and the Northern Ireland Executive to make sure that we do everything possible to help people in Northern Ireland into work and off benefits, to make sure they have the same chances and choices as people right across the United Kingdom.
Andrew Pakes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Peterborough is a youth unemployment hotspot. And I know there's not many members on the other benches left at the moment, but one of the most shameful parts of their record has been writing off a generation, with 1 in 8 young people not in education, earning or training. There is nothing progressive or good about a government that writes off young people and puts them on benefits. Can I welcome the work that she's announced about employment support services for young people, and can I ask her to speak more about my passion, which is the government's youth guarantee, and how we put into reality youth jobs for the future?
I know that young people in my honourable friend's constituency are much more likely to be unemployed than young people in the rest of the country, and his passion for the youth guarantee. We are investing extra support into that youth guarantee in his area, and I look forward to launching that youth guarantee very, very soon.
Showkat Adam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I applaud the intention of getting people back to work, of course we do. But my inbox, I am certain, like everybody else here, is full of emails from petrified disabled constituents. And the recurring theme is this, Minister, is the absolute disbelief that once again welfare cuts are being imposed by no other than the Labour government. What will she say to my constituent, Jason, who lives in our city, who has now been told by Leicester City Council they will now consider his PIP payment as income and have increased the amount he has to pay by council tax? How does the Minister expect Jason to find the additional £900?
I'm very happy if he writes to me about that constituent so I can look at the issue.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 3/4 of the people who claim universal credit and disability have gone without essential items in the past 6 months. The £5 billion cut is likely to make that worse for them. I've had lots of emails from my Liverpool Riverside constituency, and as mentioned already this afternoon, will the Minister speak with the Chancellor about looking at a wealth tax, because we need a wealth tax and not to be attacking those most vulnerable.
I know my honourable friend cares passionately about these issues. Her constituents will not only benefit from the £1 billion investment into employment support, but the first ever above inflation permanent increase in universal credit if they are on both universal credit and PIP. And we have already taken action to ensure those with the broadest shoulders take a bigger burden, including our action on the non-dom tax status and a tax on the profits of the utility companies. That principle of fairness is vital to us all.
Jim Shannon.
Minister, when I go on the tube twice a week in the disability seat in the carriageway, it says not every disability is visible. With that being in mind, will the Secretary of State commit to ensuring that those with severe mental health issues such as paranoid psychosis, those with anxiety, those with depression, those with PTSD, mental issues, that they who already fear phone calls and withheld phone numbers coming to their houses, that they will not be impacted or hounded when trying to root out fraudsters? And does the Secretary of State accept that for those with severe mental health who do not understand their illness, that they can't explain, what they can't grasp, and how will these people, my people, our people, be protected?
I think everyone's situation and condition is individual and personal to them. That's why it's really important any reassessments are done on an individual case-by-case basis. I would say that there will be people with psychosis and schizophrenia who can never work, but I have also, in Leicester, met people with precisely those conditions who have got work through the employment advice provided by the NHS in individual placement and support. That is why the pathways to work, employment support, I've said, is personalised and tailored to that individual need. It is not easy in a system as big and as complex as the social security system to look at to give an answer right now to the individuals he's saying, but that's why we must have those personalised assessments done. And I want to make sure much more is done to make sure they're done properly.
Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last night I got a response from the Minister for Social Security and Disability to a written question I'd asked on the average payment for the daily living component of PIP. It showed that the average payment was just £12 per day. The daily living component is for extra help needed with everyday tasks like washing, eating, using the toilet and getting dressed. But the Secretary of State's proposal for tightening the eligibility criteria could mean that even those who are assessed as needing help in every criterion may not be entitled to PIP. Isn't it wrong to balance the books on the backs of the sick and disabled people in such a way?
I thank my honourable friend for the proposal, just to sort of confirm that we will focus PIP on those with highest needs by changing the assessment so a minimum 4 points is required on the daily living component. That will be for new claimants from November 2026. People who are coming up for reassessments, they will be done on a personal case-by-case basis. I really understand why honourable members put forward issues about individuals, but we can't determine that from the dispatch box. It's got to be done on an individual case-by-case basis.
Deputy Speaker, I represent the second most deprived constituency in the United Kingdom, with nearly 1 in 2 children living in poverty, and I really worry about the child poverty numbers that these measures could impact on. But just coming to young people, and especially mental health, we've got double the national average of young people out of work and education and training, but they can't get access to mental health support to get them into work. This is happening right across Blackpool, but across the country. What can the Secretary of State do to turbocharge the health service, but also put voluntary and the third sector and the charity sector into job centres so people can access mental health support immediately, rather than waiting for us to rebuild the NHS after they left it in such a terrible mess?
I mean, we actually want to look at putting job centres into GP surgeries, into community centres. I mean, I believe in a jobs and careers service, going to where people are rather than always expecting them to come to us. He is right to raise this issue. I mean, in some parts of the country, I believe I'm right in saying this, for example, in Manchester, in the combined authority there, they've actually commissioned specific talking therapist support for people who are looking for work. That is the direction of travel we want to move in, and I'm more than happy to discuss that with him in more detail.
Deirdre Costigan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Hundreds of disabled people in Ealing Southall want to work, but they often face absolute poverty pay and feel they would be better off on benefits. This is because, on average, disabled workers are paid £2.35p an hour less than other workers. That's £4,300 less a year. Can the Secretary of State outline how Labour's commitment in the King's Speech to a new equality bill will ensure that disabled workers finally get equal pay at work and can choose a good job over feeling...
Order. Secretary of State.
I'm delighted to tell my honourable friend we have today launched the consultation on equality pay gap reporting, and I hope that will make a huge difference.
Blair McDougall.
Madam Deputy Speaker, if we do believe in the social model of disability described by the member for Penistone and Stockbridge earlier on, can I encourage the Secretary of State and all of us to find a different language to talk about this? Because when we talk about disabled people as unable to work, we ignore the fact that the majority of disabled adults are in work, and those that are not often are desperate to get into work but are held back by low pay and by lack of opportunities. And can we look again at access to work to make sure that the largest and most profitable employers are bearing more of the costs of adapting?
Can I remind members, there's a lot of members to get in. Please help each other and keep your questions and your answers short. Secretary of State.
He's right, there's actually more disabled people in work than ever before. We need to recognise it and go further. We are launching a consultation on access to work to make sure that more people are able to get that vital support and that it goes into the right place at the right time.
Mohamed Yassin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I agree with the government that welfare reform is necessary, but many of my constituents are very worried about support they rely on being removed. 14 years of austerity under the Conservative took its toll on our nation, with public services cuts and cost of living crisis pushing people to the brink. So what the government is doing to address the root cause of people being unable to work, rather than just focusing on symptoms?
Secretary of State.
We are precisely focusing on the root causes, what more we can do to change the world of work, how we can get people back to health and back to work, how we can give people the skills that they need, tackling the disincentives in the benefit system. I'm not interested in tinkering around. It's too important for people, and life is short. I want to get this right, tackle the root causes, and put this country on a pathway to success.
That echoes.
Speaker, many organisations, including our own NHS, use punitive capability processes when scoring people's illness when they become sick during work. and this adds additional stress to the people who need support most. What support will you give to employers to ensure that their employees are well supported if they're experiencing ill health?
Our Keep Britain Working review, led by the former John Lewis boss, Sir Charlie Mayfield, is looking precisely at this issue. What more can we do to support employers to help give more opportunities for sick and disabled people to get work and to stay in work?
Sarah Sultana.
The Resolution Foundation has warned that cuts to PIP could see 620,000 people lose around £675 a month, hitting the poorest families hardest. With 870,000 children living in PIP-receiving households, 290,000 of whom are already living below the poverty line, how can the government justify pushing more disabled people and children into poverty instead of pursuing fairer alternatives such as a 2% wealth tax on assets over 10 million? This would raise 24 billion, 5 times as much as those proposed from these cuts. Is austerity 2.0 the change people really voted for?
Secretary of State.
Spending on working age sickness and disability benefits will still rise substantially over this Parliament. The full assessments of the numbers affected and by how much will be published alongside the Spring Statement.
Harpreet Uppal.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Secretary of State for her statement. Cuts to social security for disabled people under the previous government led to disabled people living in poverty with little or no increase in employment rates. So what assessments have been made on the impact of disabled people's income as a result of these changes? And will she make sure any reforms are compassionate and that disabled people have a voice in any changes?
Secretary of State.
Many honourable members have asked this. We will publish the equality impact and poverty impact analysis alongside the Spring Statement. I believe we need to treat people with dignity, respect and compassion, but we also have to face up to the challenges of a failing system that is currently not sustainable, not for the public finances, although that is true, but for the very people who will depend on this in future. That's what we're trying to change.
Dixon.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for reassuring Shipley constituents with profound disability that they will be protected under these reforms. My niece, who herself has autism and has faced significant barriers to work, is a health coach in a job centre locally. She's helping other people with disabilities, neurodiversity issues and mental illness to find work, but she's frustrated that she doesn't have access to the fit notes. Will the Secretary of State ensure that job centre staff have the time, information and resources they need to support people with disability and health problems to find suitable and rewarding jobs?
As always, my honourable friend absolutely hits the nail on the head. We actually want to free up our work coach time from tick box benefit administration, precisely so they can spend more time with sick and disabled people who need support, to refer them to mental health services, debt advice and others. When we have done that, we've shown more people get into work, their finances improve, and so does their mental health. We've announced we already will free up 1,000 work coaches' time to help over 60,000 sick and disabled people. That is just the start. We want that rolled out right across the land.
Jen Craft.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am one of only 6 to 8% of people living with a serious mental illness in employment, despite 80% of us wanting to work. I am here despite a mental health system that I've always found unsupportive, and because I went out of my way to forge my own pathway of support and care. So while I welcome the Secretary of State's offer of a package of support, my plea to her is that she work with her colleagues in the Department of Health to make sure that those of us that suffer with a severe mental illness have the true support that we need to access employment.
My honourable friend is right. I believe actually one of the things we learned in the pandemic is a healthy nation and a healthy economy are two sides of the same coin. I believe there is much, much more we need to do to join up what the DWP does with what the NHS does, and crucially also with local skills and voluntary organisations. That isn't the way we've worked in the past, but that's what we want to change.
Terry Jeremy.
His adult life, my dad had a life-altering stroke in 2013. He was just 55. PIP kept him alive for 10 further years. As the person who helped fill in his PIP forms, take him to assessments and make the telephone calls, I can tell you without a doubt the system is already incredibly difficult to access. Will these reforms help speed up the process for PIP assessments and decisions which take far too long in the current process?
Yes. What we've announced in the Green Paper is we're going to have a review, alongside the changes that we will legislate for, that we'll have a review of the assessment process, PIP process, led by my Right Honourable friend, the Minister for Social Security and Disability, working with disabled people, the organisations that represent them and others. We have got to sort this out, and I think this is one of the great tragedies. It is a miserable system for everybody. I don't want it to be like that. We need to change it. And I really look forward to talking to my honourable friend to get more of his ideas.
Sarah Coombs.
Labour believes in the value and dignity that having a job gives you, but too many disabled people who want a job are being let down and trapped by the current system. There are organisations such as Sweden in West Bromwich, which helps people who have disabilities and long-term conditions into employment with the right tailored local support. So can I ask the Minister to confirm that this package of reforms is going to support people into good, fulfilling work via these local organisations, and we're going to protect those people with long-term conditions who will never be able to work?
Yes.
Natasha Irons.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The system is clearly broken, and I welcome the urgent work to get it fixed. But what reassurance can she provide for the children living in households receive PIP but also living in poverty? What reassurance can she provide for the 1 in 5 people in receipt of universal credit and disability benefit that are reliant on food banks already? And what reassurance can she give to my constituents, the 6,000 people of which claim PIP, that they need for dignified lives?
I know, having chaired Feeding Leicester for years, unfortunately I had to give it up when I got this job, I know only too well the issues people face right across my city and in the constituency she represents. Our objective here is for those who can work, to get them into good work, because that is the sustainable way to tackle poverty and inequality in this country. And we also have a commitment to a cross-government, bold child poverty strategy, which we hope to be publishing shortly.
Neil Duncan-Jordan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, being healthy is shaped by the world around us, from the homes we live in to the air we breathe and the money in our pockets. Would the Secretary of State therefore agree there is a moral case to tackle the social determinants of ill health and the causes of poverty, rather than cutting the benefits of the most vulnerable people in our society?
I mean, I worked in health, and my first job was actually on tackling health one of my first jobs on tackling health inequalities when I worked at the King's Fund charity. And that is precisely why we're looking not only at building more homes, but building more decent homes. Why we don't just want people to get jobs, but to get good jobs. It's why we're looking at raising the income of the poorest people with our new fair repayment rate, which gives on average £420 a year extra to the 1.2 million poorest families. There is much more that we can do, but right across government, our purpose is to tackle that poverty and inequality by getting more people into good jobs. That is the Labour way.
Yuan Yang.
Deputy Speaker, I strongly congratulate the Secretary of State for the £1 billion package of employment support. Many active labour market policies have been shown to have considerable economic impact. Historically, it's been difficult for the OBR to score the positive impacts of active policies as opposed to the more straightforward impacts of budget reductions. Will the Secretary of State commit to working cross-departmentally to ensure that we have long-term investment in the health of our nation, which is so fundamental to the wealth of our economy?
Yes.
Lola McAvoy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I welcome the reforms outlined and the commitment to make sure that our most vulnerable disabled people are protected from these changes. In Darlington, we know the value of work, but I have come across constituents who have been out of work for a long time. They have been in work placements, they've got learning difficulties, they could work, but were badly bullied and have been scarred by 14 years of rhetoric around how they are work shy. What reassurances can the Minister and the Secretary of State give us that these people will be offered safe and secure placements in work?
I'm not interested in grabbing, blaming people to grab easy headlines. We've had that for too long. I know many people with autism and neurodivergent people who who have been treated badly. That needs to change. If the Honourable Lady would like to send more case studies as an example in her constituency, I will look at that to see whatever we can do. We will try and put that right.
Ian Byrne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many will see the removal of £5 billion from the social security system as not reforms but a continuation of the failed ideology of Tory austerity, which has already cost thousands of lives. That's why I've had hundreds of disabled constituents tell me they're absolutely terrified about what the government's planning to do. So does the Secretary of State really believe it is fair to balance the books on the backs of disabled people and the poor, rather than introducing a wealth on the super rich?
I mean, that's, just have to be honest, that's not what we're doing. I don't accept the status quo. I think it's miserable for people who can work and miserable for people who can't, and that's what I want to change.
Conor Naismith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Secretary of State for the tone she struck today in reflecting that we are talking about people's lives and not figures on a spreadsheet, and I hope to see that reflected in the delivery of these plans. But trust in these systems amongst disabled people is low, following 14 years of a failed punitive approach by the Conservative Party, and speculation in recent days has left my constituents feeling fearful. So what assurances can the Secretary of State give me that those with the most severe disabilities, those who are genuinely unable to work, will be no worse off under these plans?
I can absolutely give that commitment, and I just want to say this about an issue many honourable members have raised, which is about the culture of how they feel they've been treated or the headlines they see in the papers. It is really important we change that. I know that we can't do that overnight, but the entire team in the DWP, our ministers and also the officials know we want to change that so we can get people on a pathway to success.
Becky Cooper.
Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement. Welfare reform must hold responsibility for ensuring that incentivising people into work does not produce unintended health consequences, not least, as she rightly points out, by generating fear and uncertainty. Would the Minister therefore agree that we need to address the health inequity issues that are delaying treatment of mental illness and our underlying public health and inequality issues? Welfare reform and NHS transformation must complement each other to make sure that no one is left behind.
I absolutely agree that we need to tackle these issues, but I just would say this. There is more and more evidence that good work is good for mental health, for people with anxiety and depression and those with serious conditions, if that support is done in the right way. I have seen it for myself in my own constituency from the work that the NHS is doing. We've got to spread that far more widely.
Lizzie Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We know that helping people stay well, managing long-term conditions or disabilities almost always is cheaper in the long term. Can the Secretary of State tell me how she will account for the potential wider system costs of changing any money that is available to people with disabilities or long-term conditions?
So for many years before I was appointed in opposition as Shadow DWP, I worked in health and social care. And I know that actually helping people to manage their own long-term conditions is absolutely essential, where we give people power, control and agency over their lives rather than telling them somehow the doctor or somebody else always knows best. That is a principle I deeply believe in, and it's something that I will work closely with my Right Honourable friend, the Health Secretary, on. I know he believes that too. There's much more we can do, but we will definitely make a start.
I will get everybody in, I think, at this rate. Kirsten Sullivan, thank you.
Deputy Speaker, I recently held a child poverty roundtable in my constituency of Bathgate and Linlithgow, and one of the issues raised repeatedly was that many people who want to work find themselves worse off when they lose benefits and find themselves pushed into hardship. So what assurances can my Right Honourable friend provide my constituent that under these changes they will be better off in work and they'll no longer be penalised for wanting to improve their life circumstances and those of their families?
Honourable friend raises a really important point, and I would say it would be really good if she could talk to my right honourable friend, the Minister for Social Security and Disability, who is reviewing universal credit, as we promised in our manifesto, to tackle poverty and make work pay. We have got to make that a reality for everybody in this country, and I'm sure if she talks to him, he will talk more about what we're doing in this regard.
Sarah Smith.
Last week, my constituent Ellie, who's visually impaired, visited the local job centre. In that experience, as a full-time student seeking part-time work, she was belittled, she was spoken over, she was told that she couldn't get help because she was on PIP and not on UC, and she left feeling devastated by that experience. Can the Secretary of State reassure me and her that this experience will become a thing of the past for people like her desperately seeking work?
That is absolutely my intention, and I would ask my honourable friend, can you send me the details, because I will look into it personally.
John Slinger.
Deputy Speaker, does my right honourable friend agree that the clue is in the name of our party, because we believe in dignity in work, enhanced workers' rights, dignity and far more support for disabled people and people with health conditions seeking work, particularly with the right to try, dignity and compassion for those unable to work, especially ending reassessments, and that it's this Labour government that will get Britain working, get welfare working better, with compassion and support at its heart.
Yeah. Very much agree with my honourable friend's sentiments. I don't pretend this will change overnight. I know it is a huge agenda, but we're in politics to make a difference, and a big difference, because, as I said, life's short and we've got much we need to do.
Antonia Bands.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many of us in this place have fought alongside the parents of severely disabled people, not least against our broken SEND system. Can the Secretary of State reassure those parents who may be looking at the proposed changes to the UC Health eligibility for under 22s and feeling deeply dismayed right now?
I want to say to my honourable friend, while we are consulting on this proposal, we want to make sure those severely disabled who will never work will be protected on that. But I also know that there are many young people with special educational needs and learning difficulties who, with the right support, can make a contribution, live independently and get work. I am working closely with my right honourable friend, the Education Secretary, to get this right, because it's really important that we ensure all young people get the support and opportunities they deserve.
Polly Billington.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My right honourable friend will know that the Tory legacy in coastal communities like mine in East Thanet is a broken welfare system and a broken economy. The number of people claiming PIP has more than doubled in my constituency since 2018, and the statistics on young people claiming for mental health conditions are particularly heartbreaking. But two things can be true at once. Too many people are being written off without a path to wellness and work, and there must be reliable support for those who can't work. Can my right honourable friend explain how reducing support for those who struggle to wash and dress themselves will help tackle either of these challenges?
My right honourable friend, as always, speaks passionately about her constituency and the need to make sure that the support for people who can work is there, but also that we protect those. I would say every case needs to be judged on an individual basis. We will make sure that that happens. And may I say to the House and Madam Deputy Speaker, I know many people would have wanted to ask more questions and to say more. My door is always open. We want and need to get this right. We'll have more debates about this, but if any honourable member on either of the side of the House wants to contact me with more questions, myself and the team will do everything we can to address these openly, honestly and quickly.
And the final question from the backbench is Chris Vince.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank the Secretary of State for her statement today. I think we all know that the current system is not only broken, it's also unsustainable, and I welcome her focus on supporting the long-term unemployed, and I would point to some good examples of work we're doing in my constituency of Harlow. Would she, however, agree that we need to support those constituents in Harlow, many with severe disabilities, who cannot work, and end this merry-go-round of constant reassessment?
Saving the best till last, as always, for the honourable gentleman for Harlow. We absolutely will protect those with severe disabilities who can never work, and I don't want to see them having to go through reassessments that are deeply worrying to people. We want to put that right, and for people in Harlow who can work but have been denied the opportunities, we'll fix the broken system, tackle the perverse incentives that we were left by the Conservatives, and give people hope and opportunity that there are better days ahead.
That concludes the statements, and can I just let members know that there's been around 100 members who've asked questions on that statement. Thank you. Point of order, Dr Caroline Johnson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, during the statement, the Secretary of State said, when I raised a question, that it doesn't mean that. I raised a list of descriptors used on the government's website to qualify somebody for a certain number of points in relation to the disability living a component of PIP, the daily living component of PIP. Each of those descriptors that I raised have either 2 or 3 points associated with them, which means that someone who had all of those descriptors at the moment, needing supervision or assessment with therapy for 3.5 hours a week, 2 points. Prompting and assistance with washing hair and body below the waist, 2 points. Assistance to get in and out of the bath, 3 points. Supervision to manage toilet needs, 2 points. Assistance to dress or undress the lower body in needing physical help of another person, also 2 points. At the moment, someone with all of those needs would qualify for this component of PIP, and under her new rules would not. How can I give the Secretary of State the opportunity to correct the record?
That is not a point of order, but the Honourable lady has got her point on the record. We now come to the 10-minute rule motion. I will let the front benches swap over and settle. Ten-minute rule motion, Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring a bill to make provision about the recording and investigation of freight crime and for connected purposes. I thank my honourable friend for Selby, the Minister, for being present today. Shortly after being elected in July, I became the chair of the Freight and Logistics APPG because almost 1/5 of my constituents work in this vital sector, and I wanted to make sure they had a voice in Parliament. The freight and logistics sector has become the backbone of the local economy in North Warwickshire and Bedworth, with businesses located across the constituency. And since becoming an MP, I've had the pleasure of visiting many of these businesses to see how they're providing varied opportunities for people in North Warwickshire and Bedworth. I want the logistics sector to be something young people in my constituency are excited to be part of, and that means we must tackle freight crime so they can feel safe in their jobs. I'm proud that North Warwickshire and Bedworth contribute so much to our national economy by getting goods and medical supplies to the people who need them up and down the country. But from speaking to drivers and businesses across the country, it's clear that one of the biggest issues facing this industry is organised freight crime. So, with the Road Haulage Association, the National Vehicle Crime Intelligence Service and freight businesses, we recently launched our APPG report into freight crime to provide a framework for how the government can secure our supply chains. Our report highlighted a key misconception. Too many people think theft from a van or lorry is low-level opportunistic crime. This is not true. Freight crime is committed by organised criminal gangs. It's dangerous and it's cost the UK economy £1 billion since 2020. More action is urgently needed. I'd like to thank the Home Office and Department for Transport for their engagement with our campaign. I know they understand the need to tackle this critical issue, and statistics have shown that the investment they've made in safe parking has paid off. The number of crimes taking place at truck stops has reduced, which I hope demonstrates to the government that targeted action to combat freight crime is producing results. I recently met with the Minister for Policing, Fire and Crime Prevention, and I welcome her recognition that freight crime is a challenge that must be tackled if we're to achieve our mission of economic growth. We need to see more action on freight crime, and the situation is urgent. Between 2023 and 2024, the total value of goods stolen by freight criminals increased by 63% to more than £120 million. I visited Corley Services in my constituency to see how they're tackling freight crime at their service station. Even though they've introduced measures to make drivers and parked vehicles safer, they are clear that more must be done. I spoke to Dave Hands, the Managing Director of LTS Global in my constituency, about how freight crimes impacted his business. He told me that he's experienced 6 fuel theft incidents last year, each of which significantly impacts his business. LTS loses a day of deliveries, must replace the stolen fuel, pay a call-out fee to repair the vehicle, and supply fuel to get them to the nearest garage. This has to stop. This type of crime can often be violent. Organised gangs target drivers who are sleeping in lay-bys, as they know it's then that they're most vulnerable to theft. For example, in February 2024, 5 men threatened a driver in an Essex lay-by with a handgun before stealing his cargo. The driver was left terrified, and despite an extensive area search, the police didn't identify any suspects. Similarly, in West Yorkshire last summer, thieves threatened a driver with a hammer and stole £250,000 worth of products from the vehicle. Once again, no one was caught. Freight criminals are also becoming ever more sophisticated, targeting warehouses where they know high-value goods will be stored, and they've stolen trailers laden with laptops, household appliances and medical supplies from transport hubs right across the Midlands. Organised freight criminals seize opportunities of goods shortages to target cargo that's increasing in value, such as baby formula and PPE during the pandemic. In a particularly cruel case, freight criminals stole over £1 million worth of government-funded laptops meant for deprived children. Luckily, 3 men were caught and sent to prison. As a House, we must understand that organised freight crime feeds into other organised crime, where gangs have a large underground network of handlers who reintroduce large amounts of stolen cargo back to the public to buy. It's even ended up on our supermarket shelves. Staggeringly, in the most extreme and dangerous examples, freight criminals can even steal from vehicles while they're moving. Last year, an HGV was driving to Hinckley when the driver realised the lock had been cut while he'd been driving, and over £3 million worth of smartphones, watches and laptops were stolen. This type of operation, where criminal gangs drive erratically to target a moving vehicle and tailgate it, is dangerous to everyone on the road. I've spoken to police in Warwickshire. They know freight crime is becoming increasingly organised, targeted and dangerous, yet they're struggling to track and tackle it effectively because an organised gang stealing thousands of pounds worth of goods from a lorry and someone stealing a mobile phone from the passenger seat of a car are coded in the same way by the police. I'm sure no one in this House thinks that makes sense. That's why this bill is needed. This bill would create a separate crime code for freight theft from a vehicle. With this specific code and classification, large-scale thefts of freight goods would be categorised differently, allowing police to respond to them as organised and targeted freight theft, rather than lumped together with domestic car break-ins and other car crime. This would help police to deal with incidents more effectively in real time. Call handlers can ask specific questions and follow responses and procedures specific to freight crime, allowing police to respond to incidents faster and more appropriately and stop them and patterns from slipping through the cracks. And it would mean we could collect meaningful data. At the moment, the majority of data on freight crime is put together by the National Vehicle Crime Intelligence Police Service, an organisation which receives no government funding. Police forces currently don't have to report their freight crime incidents, so there are counties where we have no data at all on how much freight crime is taking place. A separate crime code would mean all police forces could track freight crime instances, target freight crime hotspots in their county and create a national strategy with other police forces to chase down perpetrators across counties. This bill will improve police effectiveness when dealing with organised freight criminals, and I hope that it will help us tackle the problem and come up with a national freight crime strategy. Almost 20% of workers in North Warwickshire and Bedworth work in the freight and logistics sector, and they should not have to feel scared and threatened while doing their jobs. Freight and logistics businesses who quite literally keep our country running should not have to be shouldering regular losses because of cargo theft. The police should not be hamstrung in tackling serious organised crime because they cannot retrieve the data they need to coordinate a national freight strategy. And ordinary consumers should not be left to pick up the bill. Organised freight crime gangs have been left to grow for too long, but this simple change should help stop them in their tracks. It's time we took tougher action on freight crime, introduced a new freight crime code, and put these thieves behind bars where they belong.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Sean Davis, Sarah Coombs, David Burton-Sampson, Kirith Entwistle, Catherine Fuchs, Christine Jardine, Josh Newbury, Antonia Bance, Serena Brackenridge, Alex Ballinger, Sarah Edwards and myself, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Rachel Taylor.
Freight crime bill.
Second reading what day?
20th of June, Madam Deputy Speaker.
20th of June. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Children's Wellbeing in Schools Bill, as amended in the Public Bill Committee, to be further considered.
Now, we will begin with new clause 17, with which it will be convenient to consider other new clauses, amendments and new schedules as listed on the selection paper for day 2. I call the Minister to move new clause 17, Minister Catherine McKinnell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And let me start by thanking honourable members on all sides of the House for their valuable contribution to this debate so far. This bill is for children. The clue is in the name. It's for their safety, it's for their education, their futures that we bring this forward. This government is on a mission to break down barriers to opportunity for each and every child, and this bill is a significant step on that path. And I welcome the debate that this bill has sparked, because after a decade where education has been on the sidelines, Labour is once again bringing it to the fore, to the centre of national life, the place it always occupies under a Labour government. Because education is at the heart of how we ensure opportunities for the next generation. I do give way.
Right Honourable Lady for giving way. On that specific point about the last 10, 12, 14 even years in the past, the schools in Walsall Borough, which, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a very diverse borough with areas of real deprivation, would she join me in acknowledging the fact that our schools have outperformed national figures for the first time at the end of last year, with 91% of Walsall schools being graded as good or better, showing steady increase under not just a Conservative government, but a fantastic Conservative-led local council.
So I will always share in the celebration of schools that are doing well, and the Honourable Lady is absolutely right to do so in her particular area. I do sometimes question, though, the sense of shameless pride sometimes that's seen by the record of her government, and that they left in when they left office, with England's schools getting worse standards in reading, down, maths down, science down, roofs crumbling, children struggling, a generation of children absent from school. These are challenges that we are determined, I will in a moment, determined to take head on, because the education that we provide for our children is not just for each of their futures, it's for all of our futures. It's shaping the society that we want today and the society that we want to build for tomorrow. I give way.
grateful to the Minister, for whom I have a great deal of respect and consideration. Will she at least share with the House, because I know she is an honest person, the fact that schools in England are better today than they were in 2010, and picking some tiny subset of time to try and make out that schools were deprived isn't a fair assessment. Schools are demonstrably better in England today than they were in 2010. Please, Minister, at least acknowledge that.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his kind words and the assumption of my honesty. But the fact is that 1 in 3 children are starting school just not school ready. We have over a third of children leaving primary school without a firm foundation in reading, in writing, in maths. We have a disadvantage gap that is persisting. And I will come to what we want to achieve as a government, but we are not satisfied, as the other party appears to be, with leaving some of our children without the start in life that they deserve. We want it for all of our children, and that is what the changes we are bringing today will achieve, because it is essential. I've given way, I will give way later, that every child and every family has the certainty that they will be able to access a good local school, a school that will set high expectations and standards for all of our children, enabling them to achieve and thrive. Through our reforms, both of which we bring forward legislation today, and also for the ones where legislation is not needed, we are designing a school system that supports and challenges all schools to deliver for our children. A rich and broad curriculum delivered by expert-trained teachers with an attractive paying conditions offer that attracts and retains the staff that our children need. I give way.
I wonder, in that spirit, whether she would look at my amendment News Clause 30, which calls upon the government to have a review of the effectiveness and value of outdoor education and learning for young people, both at primary school and secondary school, which he acknowledged, as we try to put right the mental health pandemic we have in this country. Building young people's resilience through outdoor education is not just good for that, but also about building the ability to rely upon others, be relied upon themselves, be in situations where they're not comfortable, and be in a position there where they go back to the classroom and be more willing to learn. Does she see this as a moment to invest finally in outdoor education for every part of our country?
The honourable gentleman is incredibly committed to this as a cause, and understandably so. He comes from a part of the country that boasts incredible outdoor scenery and activities that I'm sure many of us have shared, and he is right to want that for all children. And that is part of the changes that we are bringing today, to make sure that we can unlock opportunity for all children right up and down the country by creating a floor but no ceiling on what schools can offer, enabling healthy competition and innovation beyond a core set of frameworks and standards, so that we can improve all schools, and schools will have the freedom and the ability to deliver the enrichment programme that he so rightly advocates for, but also those high and rising standards too for all children. I give way again to the Honourable Lady.
I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Lady. When it comes to freedoms and flexibility, does she not understand that the freedoms and flexibility that can come through allowing a school to have some flexibility over its curriculum? Exactly.
So try as they might to make their straw man argument, this Labour government is going to demand high and rising standards for all our children, and recent polls of the profession show that despite all the scaremongering, trust CEOs agree that there is nothing to fear from our sensible, pragmatic, common sense measures that will drive up standards in every school. Academies have grown from a government-backed insurgency within our schools, and they now make up well over half of our school system. It's not about to change. I know that the Right Honourable Member for Sevenoaks will be pleased to hear that conversions to academy status are progressing at a faster rate under Labour ministers than at any time since she joined this House. But it is right to look forward and consider, how do we build a system that is fit for the next 20 years? And this bill is a step on that path, recognising, in the words of one MAT leader, that Parents deserve clarity and confidence in the standards that their children's schools uphold, and that is what this government will secure. So following on from my honourable friend, the Minister for Early Education, who led yesterday's debate on Part 1 of the bill, I will use these opening remarks to set out the government's amendments put forward for Parts 2 and 3 of the bill. Members commented yesterday on the number of amendments, but the number that are substantive are small, and I was going to focus on those amendments today. I know many members have a great interest in city technology colleges and city colleges for the technology of the arts, and members have raised with me the excellent practice supported by these institutions. The set of amendments the government is tabling today ensures that these schools can be named on school admission orders and make clear that families with children attending these schools benefit from the other measures in the bill, such as those tackling the cost of school uniform. And as we're committed to working with all of our schools, so too is this government determined to work with the devolved governments to deliver the highest standards of education and care in all parts of the UK. A majority of today's amendments therefore concern the extension of the children not in school provisions to Wales. The Minister for Early Education spoke yesterday of our pride in working with the Welsh Government, Labour governments in both Cardiff and London, to deliver our shared ambition for a society where all children receive a high-quality education wherever they grow up, building a Britain where children come first. So these 91 amendments will extend all of the children not in school measures to Wales. The legislative consent motion is engaged in relation to this change, on which we're working very closely with the Welsh Government. Further, Amendment 140 will include the Scottish definition of schools in the definition of relevant schools for the children not in school registers clause. This amendment is essential because it ensures that only those children who are intended to be captured by the children not in school registers are eligible for registration, and without the amendment, a child that lives in England but attends school full-time in Scotland would be required to be registered on their English local authority's children not in school register despite being in school full-time. And whilst the last government said there was no space in their King's Speech to ensure our children's safety and their education, for this Labour government, our children are a priority across the whole of the United Kingdom. And Amendments 189 and 170 will ensure that the amendments made on corporate parenting extend to the whole of the United Kingdom. Education is an essential protective factor which can shield our most vulnerable children from harm. The children not in school measures include the new requirement for parents of children subject to child protection plans or inquiries to seek local authority consent. However, not every child subject to these inquiries will be at risk indefinitely. So, therefore, it would not be appropriate or proportionate for those home educating children who are not at risk and who are receiving suitable education to be placed in a school if it's not their parents' preference. This government will respect parents' rights to opt for home education whilst keeping children safe from harm and securing their right for education. Therefore, Amendments 141 and 148 are being brought forward to ensure that this intention is reflected through the school attendance order measures in the bill. I will give way.
The Minister for giving way. Could she reassure home educating parents that the requirements in the bill aren't going to be overly onerous? For instance, having to record the time that each parent educates the child. When is that? Is that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year? How exactly will that work? And can she give some reassurance that this can be made to be manageable and sensible and not disproportionate?
Children who are doing the right thing, home educating their children, providing a suitable level of education in a safe environment, have nothing to be concerned about in relation to these measures. These are intended to ensure that no child falls through the cracks, and that's what we are delivering. New Clause 17 relates to...
I'm sure, absolutely sure, the Minister's intention is to ensure that this doesn't happen, but can she provide something that if people are doing a number of hours a week, is that really have to be recorded? Every place, I don't know how much the Minister knows about home education, but children are educated in all sorts of places, and I think there's a real opportunity at the dispatch box now to say that she'll come forward with regulations that make sure that they're not having to write down every time they stop at an ice cream shop because there was some education about the flavour of vanilla.
The amendments that I am addressing at the moment are particularly in relation to information sharing, which clearly he has concerns about. But members on all sides of the House will be all too aware of the succession of tragedies that we have seen when children fall between the cracks in services that should be there to support them. And the intention and purpose of the changes being brought forward in this legislation is a reflection of this government's determination to bring that era of state failure to a close. So new clause 17 relates to the measures on opening new schools. Part 2 of the Education and Inspections Act 2006, which the bill is amending, includes a number of relevant duties and powers where personal data might be processed. For example, where a proposal for a new school includes details of the relevant experience of the individual proposers. News Clause 17 makes clear that these powers and duties to give or publish information do not give anyone the right to give or publish personal data in a way that would breach data protection legislation. It applies the data protection override to the whole of Part 2 and Schedule 2 the Education and Inspections Act 2006 to cover all of the information-related powers and duties in relation to opening, closing and altering schools. And Amendments 166 and 167 will ensure that restrictions on the sharing of data, obligations of confidence and other restrictions do not prevent the sharing of information where this is done to protect the welfare of children at registered independent educational institutions or in accommodation provided by schools or colleges. Amendments 166 and 167 empower Ofsted effectively to disclose information